Test, anglais, test.
Hi, Angela. How are you?
Hi, Prof. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good.
How is Nairobi?
Nairobi is quite good. Today the sun is there. Been very cold, but
Okay.
well, he keeps on muting me, so I think we'll talk later.
Bonjour à tous. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us today. We are going to spend a very enjoyable and enriching day together. We are at an online international conference. I will have some guests here with me, and I will be your moderator for a part of the afternoon. My name is Catherine Fiancan Bokonga. I am a France 24 correspondent in Switzerland, and I'm also vice president of the Swiss Press Club in Geneva. This conference is entitled The Fight Against Illicit Trafficking in Cultural Property for a Strengthened Global Dialogue. It is a conference that has been organized by UNESCO, where we are at UNESCO headquarters in Paris, in partnership with the European Union. And it is being organized to mark a very special anniversary. As you know, we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. This event is the culminating point of a series of international and regional events that were organized throughout 2020 and 2021. Today, we are going to discuss crucial issues, urgent issues that are relevant to us all, because we all have a responsibility, all of us on all continents across the world. We bear the responsibility of ensuring that cultural heritage be preserved and transmitted to future generations, to our children and our grandchildren. The illicit trafficking of cultural property is a scourge, and it's been increasing in gravity for years. And the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated this. Lockdowns led to museums or archaeological sites not being adequately monitored, and so this increased trafficking on the ground but also online, because traffickers can be very creative in their ways, and that is why it is absolutely crucial that we bring together various stakeholders to discuss these issues, find solutions, strengthen regional and international cooperation tools, and also to act in practical ways. We are here this afternoon to find concrete solutions and bring together the largest possible number of people around this cause, that is to preserve our cultural heritage. Here's some practical information. The people who are here on stage with me, as well as myself, are all respecting WHO COVID regulations and official health regulations given the current pandemic. We have the honor this afternoon to have with us several eminent personalities from very diverse backgrounds, people who have considerable expertise in their field, and so we're very lucky to have them with us. We are looking to have as many stakeholders present here, member states, civil society, NGOs, the private sector. All of these players will be present during 3 panel discussions. I will moderate the first one, and the other 2 will be moderated by my colleague from the New York Times, Tom Mashberg. Please feel free to share this on social media. You can tweet. You have French hashtags that are fin au trafic, hashtag protéger le patrimoine, and partager la culture, and hashtags in English that are stop trafficking, protect heritage, hashtag share culture. And now we're going to hear from the Director General of UNESCO, Audrey Azoulay. Vice President of the European Commission, dear Margaritis Skinas, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Convention on the Fight Against the Illicit Trafficking of Cultural Property. Over 50 years, great progress has been made in terms of inventory, reporting, and training. But illicit trafficking too has morphed. In addition to known channels, there are now digital channels which are increasingly used. And the COVID-19 pandemic has done nothing to curb this. Much to the contrary, illicit trafficking benefits from crises. The pandemic, of course, but the situation in Afghanistan also comes to mind. It requires us to collectively shoulder our responsibilities, faced with the massive risk of destruction that unfortunately we're already familiar with, but also the risk of an increase in illicit trafficking in this country that holds considerable cultural wealth. And so we need to give new breath to our action. We need to base it on two major priorities.
Priorities, ladies and gentlemen, is to build the largest possible coalition to ensure that our action is as effective as possible. We are therefore very pleased that not only archaeologists, NGOs, member states are taking part in this conference, but also main actors from the art market, including e-trade platforms. The second of these priorities is to strengthen the tools we already have to fight illicit trafficking. We need to better integrate the new digital environment into our collective action. This is the ambition behind our work to create trained units specializing in these issues, as we've stated many times already in this 50th anniversary year. This is also the ambition behind our project to revise the International Code of Ethics for Dealers in Cultural Property. However, strengthening the tools at our disposal also means making the 1970 Convention as universal as possible, and there is room for improvement, and that is why I call for it to be ratified more widely. Dear friends, this conference takes place at a decisive time for our action. As one of the highlights of the 50th anniversary of the Convention, this event must give rise to renewed commitment and ambition. The challenges are huge, and it is now up to us to address them collectively. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the Director General for her remarks. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Margaritis Skinas, Vice President of the European Commission. As I said, the European Commission is, the European Union is a partner organizer, and Mr. Margaritis Skinas embodies how we can strengthen existing tools and have the largest possible coalition. Mr. Skinas, you have the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen from Strasbourg. It is an honor for me to deliver opening remarks at this conference along with the Director General and our partners at the African Union. This conference is absolutely crucial and arrives at the ideal time.
Marketplaces for the destination and transit of cultural goods. We need to recognize that the art market within the EU remains largely unregulated, creating uncertainty both for buyers and sellers. A study recently funded by the German Federal Ministry of Research concluded that only 2% of the antiquities traded in Germany from the Eastern Mediterranean have a legal origin. Illegal trafficking, therefore, is a means to facilitate money laundering, tax evasion, and financing of terrorist activities. Already 5 years ago, in 2016, we emphasized that there is a clear evidence that Daesh used illicit excavations of archaeological sites to obtain cultural goods, and that where this income relies on proceeds from European markets, identifying and cutting off the trade could have a real impact on an important source of funding of terrorist activities. Given its extensive experience, and largely thanks to the 1970 Convention, UNESCO is a long-standing and essential partner of the European Union to fight against illicit trafficking of cultural property, both in the European Union and beyond. And in this fight, we Europeans do not start from scratch. Our European cooperation in this field already draws on 3 important pieces of legislation. First, on a directive concerning the return of cultural objects unlawfully removed from the territory of one of our member states. Secondly, on a regulation on control of imports of cultural goods. And thirdly, on the inclusion of the art market in the scope of our recent anti-money laundering directive. And we have good reasons to be proud of what we have achieved all together as Europeans in this crucial area. In recent years, European cooperation resulted in concrete, tangible, and successful operations. Let me give you a few examples. On Operation Dimitra, over 4 years, from 2014 to 2018, using a European investigation order and with the coordination of Europol and Eurojust, searches were conducted in several member states, leading to 23 arrests in Italy, Germany, Spain, and Great Britain. And crucially, some 25,000 archaeological objects were recovered with an estimated value of 40 million euros. On Operation Ahei in November 2019, an international police operation involving over 350 law enforcement agents and police officers, supported again by Europol and Eurojust, dismantled an international organized crime group involved in large-scale trafficking of looted archaeological items, resulting again in the arrest of 23 individuals, 80 houses searches, and the seizure of around 10,000 cultural items. On Operation Brooks in 2020, this resulted in the recovery of rare historical books worth an estimated 2 million euros, including first editions of works by Galileo Galilei and Isaac Newton. The books had been stolen from a postal warehouse in London in 2017 by Romanian organized crime networks. And our success could not have been possible without the continuous and effective cooperation between the Romanian, British, and Italian authorities, with the valuable assistance and expertise of our EU law enforcement agencies, Eurojust and Europol. And finally, on Operation Pandora last year, and despite the constraints imposed by the pandemic, the 2020 edition of the Pandora operation targeting the illicit trafficking of cultural goods had been the most successful to date, with over 56,400 cultural goods seized. These objects include archaeological objects, furniture, coins, paintings, musical instruments, and sculptures. And running between the 1st of June and the end of October last year, this operation saw the involvement of customs and law enforcement authorities from 31 countries, both in the EU and in our neighborhood countries. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames, messieurs, your debates today will constitute a valuable contribution to the elaboration of our action plan against illicit trafficking of cultural properties that we plan to adopt next year. The EU strategy to tackle organized crime, which we already enacted in April this year, sets out clearly that the Commission will continue to support capacity building amongst our agencies and cultural heritage experts and support their structured cooperation to fight this common goal. Improving the online and offline traceability of cultural goods in the internal market, just as the Director General said, and due diligence by art market operators will be also two major areas of focus for the Commission. And I'm particularly pleased to note that both will be addressed by the conference today. We shall shortly launch an open consultation in support of the preparation of our action plan, and I would like to call on all of you to come forward with your views and concerns that will be important to us. We will welcome contributions, ideas, concerns, even criticism from all our international partners, regardless of whether they are states, international organizations, or civil society actors. And the last word to the private sector stakeholders present today. I would say that we here at the European Commission are perfectly aware that some of you are hesitant or even concerned regarding our work in this area. We do not underestimate your legitimate concerns with potential red tape implications or bureaucracy or even uneven competition with less regulated markets outside the EU. We are aware of these concerns. However, we see ethical behavior by and cooperation with the art market as an indispensable part of any effective solution to address this problem radically. And I would like to assure you that we will do this in a way which is responsible. And I would ask you to trust us, because we can make this work a win-win situation for everybody involved. Let me conclude by saying that I very much look forward to hearing the conclusions of the valuable exchanges that are to follow, and wish us all a fruitful discussion today. Many thanks.
Thank you to Mr. Margaritis Chinas for his wishes. Thank you so much for your very interesting introduction. Nous remercions.
Thank you to the Vice President of the European Commission for his remarks, which were very interesting and helped us understand that Europe has a crucial role to play in fighting the illicit trafficking of cultural property.
De demander également d'inclure dans cette lutte le marché de l'art qui nécessite une meilleure régulation, puisque ce n'est pas pour l'instant.
Indeed, the art market requires further regulation.
Actuellement vers le continent africain.
Let us now move to the African continent with the representative of the African Union Commission, Ms. Angela Martins. We all know that the global priority in the fight against illicit trafficking is very much focused on the African continent, and we know that the African heads of state and government have declared 2021 the year for arts, culture, and heritage in Africa. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Her Excellency Amira El Fadil, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development, I'm honored to deliver I'm honored to deliver the African Union Commission statement of support to this UNESCO conference on the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural property for a strengthened global dialogue. We are informed that one of the objectives of this one-day conference is to create a space for dialogue and constructive reflections in order to provide a constructive initiative for the future and strengthen the ethical responsibility of all actors in the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural property and heritage. We are concerned that in recent years, there has been significant destruction of cultural property and heritage in the places of armed conflicts and natural disasters. The COVID-19 pandemic has created new challenges for the protection and surveillance of cultural property. Targeted looting of cultural property is alarming and calls for immediate action. The threat posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, armed conflict to cultural property and heritage can be mitigated by strong advocacy and sensitization campaigns on how precious and important our heritage is. In this situation, we have a role to play in advocating for the ratification and implementation of continental as well as international conventions and instruments in this area. At continental level, for instance, we can mention the Charter for African Cultural Renaissance, the AU Model Law on the Protection of Cultural Property and Heritage, and the UNESCO and the ECOWAS Action Plan for the Restitution of African Cultural Property to their countries of origin, 2019-2023. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this conference focuses on various areas, including the importance of a regional approach and the focus on regional specificities, needs, and challenges. The other area is on the legal and professional obligation of relevant actors in different parts of the world and the possible actions for the market transparency, ethical responsibility, and enhanced due diligence. The last area of focus for this conference is on the challenge of tracing prevalence and ensuring traceability of cultural property, particularly in the context of archaeological looting. In line with this, and as we implement the African Union theme of the year for 2021, which is arts, culture, and heritage, levers for building the African we want, the African Union Commission, in collaboration with the Open Society Initiative for Africa, OSIWA, are planning to organize a continental experts workshop on the restitution return of illicitly trafficked cultural property and heritage from the African continent. The experts workshop is planned to be held in November 2021, and its aim is twofold: to consider a draft position paper from the African continent on the restitution or return of cultural property and heritage, and also to consider a draft framework of action on negotiations for the restitution of cultural property. These two instruments will then be presented for endorsement at a high-level forum of heads of state of the African Union to be held in February 2022 on the sidelines of the AU Assembly. We also expect in this regard to make a very strong pronouncement on issues of illicit trafficking and cultural property and heritage, on the need to reinforce this combat of illicit trafficking in cultural property during the second African Union, European Union ministerial meeting to be held in Kigali, Rwanda from 25 to 26 October 2021. Excellencies, demand for valuable cultural property of African origin to museums and galleries abroad is one of the ongoing illicit trafficking in cultural goods. The plunder of African treasures over the centuries has exported many artifacts outside the continent. This has created huge gaps in African history and heritage. The illicit trafficking of artworks has robbed successive generations of their original owners and creators of such great evidence of ancient African civilization, the benefit to connect to their patrimony. This illicit relocation of African cultural property and heritage has resulted in the loss of valuable cultural capital for the younger generations. The establishment of the Great Museum of Africa, to be situated in Algiers, is a deliberate attempt to redress historical openings by providing relevant alternative narratives through the collections to be sourced from the African Union member states. The GMA, which is the Great Museum of Africa, will also provide spaces for any cultural property restituted to member states. The GMA will serve as a hub, where possible, of repatriated African cultural property and heritage. Allow me to conclude, and as we celebrate the AU Year of Arts, Culture and Heritage, to call for concerted efforts in this front by all partners and to ensure that restitution of African illicitly cultural property and heritage is a reality. I wish to conclude by once again thanking the organizers of this event and for the continued support in the area of combating illicit trafficking, the contribution of UNESCO, UNIDRA, and other UN agencies in this area is invaluable. And again, I sincerely appreciate your generosity and commitment to support the African continent. I wish us all fruitful and interactive deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Angela Martins. Je rappelle que Madame Martins est la...
I recall that Ms. Angela Martins is the representative of the African Union Commission, and we thank her for the various points she has shared with us. And we have made note of the dates of the workshop, which is to be held in November 2021, a return and restitution of African artifacts, and there's the Kigali summit as well on the 25th and 26th of October 2021, a summit between the African Union and the European Union. It is an honor for us here in Paris to have with us Mr. Ernesto Ottone, who is Assistant Director General for Culture here at UNESCO, and I should like to give him the floor now. He will be describing the various priorities that are going to be broached during this international conference. You have the floor. Thank you very much. First of all, Vice President of the European Commission, dear Margaritis Chinas, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we are meeting here today for this international conference organized by UNESCO together with the European Union. This conference is the culmination of activities carried out within the framework of the 50th anniversary of the 1970 Convention. The idea, as the Director General stressed, is to open up new vistas for cooperation between the main players concerned by the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural goods. And this conference occurs at a moment of where illicit trafficking of cultural goods was recognized as a priority by the G20 through the Rome Declaration in July and by ministers of culture of the G20, and thanks to efforts of Italian authorities confirming the destruction and the illicit trafficking of cultural goods, recognizing them as serious crimes. After decades of efforts, initiatives, cooperation and debates, and as illicit trafficking has finally found greater media coverage, the situation is still very worrying. We see that illicit trafficking is arising. Because of many conflicts and crisis situations in the world, there are more and there is more and more looting. Also, through a change in the illicit trafficking, which is becoming a true black market using technological innovation and the internet, and this heralds challenges that we will have to understand and master. And finally, with the pandemic, the surveillance capabilities have been hit, and archaeological sites, museums, and libraries have become more vulnerable. The complexity and the scope of the phenomenon is a true threat for the historic testimony and collective memory and people's cultural identity. And that is why UNESCO has carried out further efforts to collect information, bring together the players, and pool strength. The differences and specificities of regions will have to be taken into account. We have to have a good knowledge of realities, and we need to meet true needs. And that is how we launched regional consultations with the input of eminent experts, starting with the African continent, in keeping with the program for support of African member states in the fight against the trafficking, the illicit trafficking, and promotion of return and restitution of cultural property. Professor George Abungo, in a few moments, will be telling you what the first conclusions, the first outcomes of the study are, and I should like to thank him as well as Mr. Baba Keita for their exceptional work. Another important aspect, and yet a challenge for these regional studies, for our work in the wider sense, is the weak presence of statistics at world level. And yet we know that analyzing data is the basis of all policies. We recall that estimations on the volume and nature of illicit trafficking had contributed to the adoption of the Security Council Resolution 2347. The Council, and I quote, is strongly concerned about the links between the activities of terrorists and organized criminal groups that in some cases facilitate criminal activities, including trafficking in cultural property, illegal revenues and financial flows, as well as money laundering, bribery and corruption. So today we need to invest more into pluridisciplinary programs and data analysis to understand the scope of this scourge, its nature, and also to make more efficient the policies that are devised. And there are initiatives in some countries, in Germany in particular. Over these past months, we have, with the member states and national commissions and field offices, organized several regional conferences. Lima in October 2020, Berlin in November 2020, Nairobi in April 2021, and Bangkok in June 2021. And over 1,500 people, experts, members of communities, representatives of governments and civil society have took part in these events and contributed to their success. The teachings from these conferences, for instance, regarding the needs in terms of strengthening capacity as the results of regional studies to come, will be guiding us in years to come. This approach, this union, also guided our consultations, which we carried out over the last month with the players on the art market. There is, for instance, the International Code of Ethics for dealers. For the discussions at this conference, we have stressed three major issues. Regional priorities, the regional priorities that I just mentioned, due diligence of professionals and new technologies. Due diligence of professional, which covers all of the checks that the various players involved in the sale or acquisition of a cultural artifact is determining in the fight against the illicit trafficking of cultural property. UNESCO encourages, together with UNIDROIT, encourages states and players to apply the process. It is crucial today to strengthen further the transparency of the market and the ethical responsibility of all players. And to paraphrase Professor Vincent Michel, who will be with us today, most of the rules exist. For 50 years, UNESCO has been committed to implementing the 1970 Convention. There are 141 states party, and it has been added to with the creation of a variety of technical and legal tools. So what we need is for it to be better known, better applied. New technologies which have brought about online sales platforms and sale through social networks are also big challenges. This afternoon, we will be able to see how using new technologies will make it easier to identify stolen cultural property. There is the ID Art application, an Interpol application, which plays a major role in fighting illicit trafficking. The tools developed by new technologies are the keys to protecting cultural heritage, especially in those countries facing conflict situations or natural disasters, for they are countries where there is a lot of archaeological looting. It is also in those places where the issue of research and provenance is very complex to solve. So along these three lines of discussion, we have brought together partners today to discuss and give thought to new ways of surveying, documenting, studying cultural property from illicit trafficking on art markets. There are very many of us together here today, and that is no doubt because we know that fighting illicit trafficking is a collective responsibility. It is a fight which calls for international cooperation, which should be constant and strong, and calls for efforts that must be continually renewed. Member states, technical partners and financiers, professionals, civil society, youth, the public at large must all come together. It is necessary for the whole international community to mobilize to protect cultural heritage. And over the past few weeks, we received information from Bamiyan in Afghanistan, and some depositories, we are told, have been looted following archaeological digs funded, amongst others, by the Japanese government. So collaborative work involving all organizations is very different from what it was 15 years ago. So we will be mobilizing everything we can together with the specialized agencies to ensure that thanks to the inventory work carried out, we can continue to move ahead and ensure that all these artifacts come back to their countries of origin. Thank you very much, and I hope your discussions will be fruitful. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Assistant Director General Ernesto Ottone, for this fascinating presentation and for explaining the three main pillars that today's panel discussions will be based on. Thank you for your reassuring words on the fact that anybody involved in illicit trafficking in Afghanistan will be prosecuted I would like to thank you and thank all the speakers for their remarks. The Director General of UNESCO, Madam Audrey Azoulay, Mr. Margaritis Skinas, Vice President of the European Commission, and Ms. Angela Martins, representative of the African Union Commission. Now, in a few moments, we're going to start the three panels whose themes were just announced.
Voilà,
We are now back on this beautiful stage. We are here at UNESCO headquarters in Paris. Thank you for being with us. We are now going to begin the three panel discussions that we are going to hold this afternoon. Please note that we are respecting health regulations. We're not wearing masks here in Paris, but we are practicing social distancing as required by healthcare regulations. The first panel this afternoon is going to focus on regional priorities and how they are relevant in the fight against illicit trafficking when it comes to cultural property. The aim here is to review needs and specific priorities in each region so as to fight illicit trafficking in a more effective way. And that is why we have a very diverse panel with us so that they may share their experience and their expertise with us and discuss the tools available to them currently and how these can be improved in order to, as the Director General said, in order to enable the largest possible group of stakeholders involved in the fight against cultural trafficking. One of the main efforts that were made as part of the 50th anniversary celebrations of the convention was to try and better understand needs and priorities in various regions so that a more tailored approach could be adopted. And this work was undertaken in 2020 at the international conference that was held in Berlin in November 2020, and at the various regional conferences that were organized in Peru, in Bangkok, in Nairobi, and in Cairo. UNESCO continued this work to highlight regional specificities, regional studies, so that they could be given weight in the general fight against illicit trafficking. Now, I'm going to introduce the six speakers who will be on the first panel on these regional specificities. Now, we have with us in Paris the General Commander of the Carabinieri, General Roberto Riccardi. General, thank you very much for being in Paris with us. And online we have with us Mr. George Abungu, who is an archaeologist and the former director of the National Museum of Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Abungu. We see you. Thank you for being with us. We also have with us Mr. Alejandro Celorio Alcantara from Mexico. He is the legal advisor to the Mexican Chancellery. From Egypt, we have Mr. Majed Mosley, who is a Deputy Assistant Foreign Minister for International Specialized Agencies. We also have a representative from China, Mr. Dian Wen, who is Deputy Director General of the Department of Foreign Affairs at the National Cultural Heritage Administration. And finally, we have Mr. Mamadou Zhao, who is Commissioner for Education, Science, and Culture at ECOWAS. So we have these six panelists here with us this afternoon. Should you wish to have more information about them, feel free to take a look at the UNESCO website, where you will find additional information on their backgrounds and their expertise. Now I'm going to start with you, Brigadier General Roberto Riccardi, who's the commander of the Carabinieri for the protection of cultural heritage. Now, this is a very interesting position that you hold, and you've been holding it for a long time, and it could possibly inspire other countries that are looking to set up a similar type of force in their country to step up the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural property. So what advice would you give to authorities who wish to establish the same type of force? Thank you, Madam, for your question. Thank you to UNESCO, Madam Azoulay. Thank you to Mr. Ottone. I am here in a shrine, if you will, of peace and international culture.
We were born in 1969, and this derives from our constitution, which says the Republic defends landscape and historical and artistic heritage of the country. So the first point is to have a law approved which establishes which the tasks are, which the possibilities are. According to our experience, it works. It's a good point to have a functional dependence on the Ministry for Culture, because for our investigations we always need the expertise from archaeologists, from art historians and museums directors and so on. Another point is to have a national framework, to have a deployment of units all over the country, especially if you have a lot of archaeological areas or museums or heritage spread all over the country. And you need information, you need to be close to the seats where the trafficking starts. This is it. And to have also specialized branches, because the field is very huge, and you need experts for archaeology, experts for ancient art, from manuscripts or ancient books, or for forgery, or for contemporary art, modern art, so many things to know. Of course, it's indispensable to have new technologies, and our main tool for the investigations is the database. We have 8 million files. 1.3 million are for stolen works of art, still to search. And time by time, it's more and more important in the time. And the last but not least is to have a good selection of personnel you put into the structure. We need people who can speak foreign languages. International cooperation is fundamental. Illicit trafficking don't stop at borders. We need people who are able to use new technologies, good detectives, and we need something more, competence and passion. We must be people who love what they do and who feel every single theft of works of art as something personal, something which concerns their identity, their history. Beauty can't save the world, but we are the world which must save beauty.
Merci infiniment. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much to Brigadier General Roberto Riccardi, Commander of the Carabinieri for the protection of cultural heritage. And thank you for listing these crucial 4 points that rely on Italy's law, a law that has existed in Italy since 1969. It's interesting that you use new technology, that you have specialized branches in order to target illicit trafficking more effectively. And as you mentioned towards the end, that passion is absolutely crucial in this role when it comes to protecting the cultural heritage of a country and to employ multilingual professionals that can cooperate on an international level. Thank you very much for giving us an idea of the extraordinary work that you've been doing in Italy for several years now. It's a very good practice that could possibly be applicable to the African continent, for instance. And I'd now like to turn to Mr. George Abungu, who is a Kenyan archaeologist. I see you, Mr. Abungu. Can you see us? Can you hear us?
Very much, Madam. I see you and I can hear you very clearly.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, let me start by saying that all protocol observed. And secondly, to just basically state that this is a very important meeting for us all. These particular results that I'm presenting have come out of a lot of work and a lot of cooperation. We are doing this with Baba Keita from Mali. And I want to say that to know what to do, as you basically raised the issue, is first to know the problem. You have mentioned the African experience and what kind of results we are getting. And before I say that, very quickly, I would like to say that this is this important process that we have gone through. We recognize other institutions, particularly the UNESCO offices in Africa, particularly Dakar with Guiomar and Nairobi with Caroline. They have really been very helpful. And from Paris, we've had fantastic support from the Convention Office of Director Lazar and Suna. And so we are very grateful to that. Now, to deal with this issue from the African perspective, I think that we need to be very brutal in our language. And I want to say that because illicit trafficking, just as has been explained, that even in Europe, only 2% of it of trade is good, and that it is used for different kinds of things. Illicit traffic of cultural property is one of the vices that have afflicted the continent of Africa for many centuries. And for us, it is part of that very ruthless exploitation of the continent, just as slave trade and colonialism was. That's why I say that we need to be very brutal, because it is about extracting the resources while caring less about the continent, its needs, its social, cultural, economic, and spiritual well-being. So for us, tackling this particular problem could also be equated by being part of decolonizing the processes that have hindered the continent from its growth. And here we are also talking about restitution. Of course, we know that there are a number of issues, and through our work, we have identified quite a number of issues that need to be looked at. Poverty, helplessness, and at times ignorance is part of this particular problem. We also have noted, as Angela has raised, that in places of conflicts, the trade has an upper hand, and it goes hand in hand with drug trafficking and light arms, and creating an atmosphere of anarchy and chaos, which is leading in some instances to basically collapse of the social structures. So in Africa, what we are finding is that you may find youth with money that has been got through illicit traffic who completely no longer follow elderly advice or even guidance. And therefore, we see a breakdown in the systems that have ensured survival of the communities. So it is a danger. And so we treat it just as dangerous to societal survival and cohesion, just as the numerous conflicts that we have in the continent that we need to deal with. Now, I want to very quickly go through some of the key points that we have identified in Africa as major areas of concern and that we will be able to share with the world. The first one are the policies, the legislation and practices in dealing with illicit traffic. We find that some of these are wanting because they are either lacking, they are outdated, or they are not specific enough to deal with illicit traffic. And sometimes when they are there, they are not applied and interpreted to the letter. So that is one problem. The second one is the human factor, which I've raised in terms of poverty and other challenges brought about by, among other things, climate change, pandemic, and conflicts. These create environments where illicit traffic thrives. And therefore, we need to find ways in which we can create a partnership of dealing with these kinds of problems. The resources that are being traded out in terms of heritage, in terms of culture, in terms of the arts, must start to play a positive role in the lives of communities, including economic well-being. It is only in that way and through the motto that the African Union has created, where heritage, culture, and arts can serve as levers of development. If we can operationalize that, then we will start dealing with some of these problems. Now, the other area is conflicts as enablers of illicit trafficking. This is a continental issue that we have to deal with. The guns must be silenced. And that is also a partnership that brings the continent together through the leadership of the African Union. There is also lack of capacity or knowledge, or sometimes even the willpower among heritage professionals, among the police, among the customs, and the immigration. From time to time, a number of trainings are done, but they are not making an impact. We need to develop training that makes an impact, focused in solving the problems. Then there is the issue of the community awareness or lack of it. Often communities are quite aware. They may appear not to be aware, but they're aware. That is why they have made this heritage. That's why they are calling them back. That is why they are always there in the front line. But we need to be able to make them realize that it has a value beyond just the symbolic and the spiritual, that we can put it at the center of development. And this brings us to develop programs that put heritage at the center of development, what UNESCO calls drivers for sustainable development. and what African Union calls levers of development. Then there is the issue of the role of the art market, which has already been explained. Trafficking of cultural property has gone digital, and the internet now rules. How do we turn the internet and the digital technology to protect the heritage? And how do you do that in a continent where technology is a challenge, where institutions of heritage are not prioritized? That is an area that we also need to look at. But even more important in what we are finding is the lack of ratification of the 1970 convention plus other conventions that would help. This is something that we have to deal with. Most of the countries, as we see, feel that they are very concerned about restitution. Restitution of material that were taken during the colonial times, past the time that the 1970 convention was implemented. So they sometimes, out of ignorance, people feel that it does not apply to them. They do not recognize the power of negotiation that this convention has, plus the UNIDROIT 1995. We have to be able to make this a priority, to preach it among the state parties, UNESCO working with the state parties and communities to be able that out the 17 countries in Africa that have not ratified this must ratify. Because currently, in the absence of that, they are acting as the point of transfer of material, and they also do not have mechanisms of negotiating back their heritage. So that is important. Then there is the issue of restitution debate. We have to develop a language that is understandable, that is human, that is common to everybody, that the people in the South will understand that it is a serious matter that is being taken seriously by the global community, and that may bring back some of this heritage that means a lot to them. It is 43 years since Moctambo, the first African and the only African Director General of UNESCO, pleaded with the world that the material that is important to the people's spirituality and other means be returned. Up to now, we are still struggling with it. We have to deal with restitution issues the same way that we are dealing with the issues of trafficking. Lastly, but not last, because we have a lot of this which we cannot narrate in 5 minutes, is the issue of the inter-African cooperation. The African Union, ECOWAS, East African Community, SADC, SADCAM, COMESA, they have to work together. We have to be able to work as a region to promote that, because there seems to be lack of it or to be done at individual level. But we note that the African Union, through the African model law, which is coming out, through the Agenda 2063, through the ECOWAS initiatives, that there is something that's happening. But how do we create this partnership that involves the whole continent, so that there is also the inter-country connections, so that we can be able to look at the borders in a way that neighbors can take care of their own neighbors. So these are some of the things that are coming out, but we can discuss them more during the discussion. I think my time is over, and I'll stop there and can elaborate later in the second round if there's time. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you so much, George Abungu. Je vous rappelle que Monsieur Abungu est...
I recall that Mr. Abungu is an archaeologist from Kenya. Thank you for having attempted to give us a rundown of the situation in the field in Africa. Legislation isn't sufficient. There's poverty, climate change, which doesn't help, and local populations are trying to find means of subsistence and might be tempted to sell countries' cultural property. There are those who are supposed to be fighting the illicit trafficking, and as Mr. Abungu just said, there is also now the new technologies which are being used, especially regarding the art market, and the art market has a role to play in this fight. But as Mr. Bungu said, there is also another issue for the African continent, a matter that is very important, as is slavery, and I am referring to the restitution of cultural property stolen or sold. And restitution in this respect. UNESCO is being very active, and UNESCO has mapped out a strategy to facilitate restitution. UNESCO has an intergovernmental committee, return and restitution, which is there to facilitate matters. And as you said, Mr. Abungo, there are quite a few other things that will need to be stressed, but we will do this a little later because we must try and give each of the 6 speakers an opportunity to express themselves. So we now move to China. Mr. Diane Wen, who works for the Chinese National Administration. No, I don't think Mr. Wen is online. Yes, oh, there you are. Yes, I see this is China.
Yes, merci beaucoup.
Going to, pardon. Do you hear me? Yes. Okay, perfect. So nous étions en.
So we were in Africa. We are now moving to China because your country has one of the largest art markets in the world. And you are actively fighting against illicit trafficking of cultural property. Could you perhaps give us some examples to illustrate the 1970 Asia-Pacific Convention and tell us how you can strengthen cooperation between countries in the region and also the implementation of the various aspects of the convention?
Mes collègues et moi.
Thank you, madam. My colleagues and I are very pleased to be taking part in this meeting, which is most inspiring. We were very glad to see Mr. Ernesto Tone, whom I miss very much, and General Roberto Riccardi from the Carabinieri. We worked together a lot in 1919 for the return of 796 Chinese works of art.
Of the 1970 Convention in Asia Pacific can be summarized as follows. First, improvement of the legal framework. Currently, 21 countries in Asia Pacific have acceded to the 70 Convention and 6 to the 1995 Convention. Despite the low rate of ratification, the legal framework has seen notable improvement in general. Quite many countries in Asia Pacific are actively involved in studying how to connect international laws with domestic laws, while some have developed a temporary solution to address applicability of international conventions by concluding bilateral agreements. Second, general awareness raising. Thanks to efforts by UNESCO and its field offices, government agencies of various countries and relevant institutions, people in Asia Pacific have significantly improved their understanding of the 70 Convention and enhanced their awareness with regard to the protection of cultural property and the danger of illicit trafficking. In particular, many countries, including China, have placed ever-increasing emphasis on promoting and disseminating codes of ethics among practitioners involving cultural property, as well as on educating the younger generations. Third, return and restitution of cultural property. Thanks to the international consensus reached with respect to fight against the illicit trafficking and ever-strengthening international cooperation in this regard, lost items of cultural property have been returned to their countries of origin in Asia-Pacific. Under the framework of related international conventions, China has signed a bilateral agreement with 23 countries to prevent theft, clandestine excavation, and illicit import and export of cultural property. Over the past 5 years, up to 1,300 items of artifacts and artworks lost abroad have been repatriated to China. So in terms of the implementation of 70 Convention, Asia-Pacific is facing some regional challenges. I propose that implementation of the 17th Convention can be strengthened in following several areas. First, continue to improve the legal framework. From 2020, China began to provide support for the drafting of model provisions of the 17th Convention, aiming to strengthen effective implementation of the convention. Second, strengthen capacity building and public promotion. China is discussing with UNESCO about the development of a collaborative mechanism for talent training in Asian Pacific and strengthening promotion of the 70th Convention in China. For example, in the international campaign for real price of art has been relayed and promotion events launched to celebrate the International Day Against the Illicit Trafficking of Cultural Property, aiming to enhance the understanding of stakeholders and the general public with regard to the importance of cultural property and the fight against its illicit trafficking. Third, increasing regional cooperation and international cooperation. From 2019, China launched the Asian Initiative for Cultural Heritage Conservation, aiming to strengthen exchanges and cooperation with other Asian countries in the field of cultural heritage and taking fight against illicit trafficking as a priority item of agenda in this international initiative. In October this year, we will host the Asian Dialogue for Cultural Heritage Conservation in a hybrid manner, combining in-person and online formats. We warmly welcome related international organizations and countries to this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing those very interesting elements about what China, the People's Republic of China, is doing. Could you please give us more details about that Asian dialogue, that hybrid Asian dialogue that is going to take place? Pouvez-vous nous donner quelques informations sur ce dialogue?
Could we have some information about the dialogue you were referring to in hybrid form?
Not a hybrid, but a hybrid manner. Okay. It means online and
online and in person.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, online and in person. Maybe it's not a correct wording. Sorry for that.
No, I mean, the wording is perfect. Thank you, sir.
Wording is strange, I think.
Okay, merci beaucoup.
Well, thank you very much. So after the Chinese example, with the implementation of agreements and conventions, and also the rapprochement between countries in the region in order to improve cooperation regarding illicit trafficking of cultural property. We shall now turn to Mexico and Alejandro Celorio Alcantara. He is an international lawyer and is legal advisor to the Secretariat of Foreign Affairs in Mexico. Mr. Celorio Alcantara, are you online?
Buenas tardes.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Je voudrais remercier.
And allow our countries to share our positions regarding the prevention of illegal trafficking of cultural property. As you know, for Mexico, the preservation of cultural heritage is essential to understand our past and our present. This year in particular, that we're commemorating 200 years of independence, visiting and understanding our past, more than 2,000 years of legacy, such preservation is the utmost importance. Such importance in the combat of the illegal trafficking of cultural property, particularly archaeological objects, and its subsequent restitution to the countries of origin, has two fundamental components, one cultural historical and one legal. In the cultural historical aspect, when archaeological objects are traded as goods, marked solely as ancient art, they become decorative objects. These objects are taken out of their context, which erodes their value as elements to explain the history and cosmogony of the civilizations that made them. At the same time that, by belonging to private collections, the socialization of the historical knowledge that each of them contributes is not existent. Therefore, we all lose as society. In the legal aspect, the vast majority of pieces reach the market as a result of illicit acts, which involve looting and clandestine distribution and trafficking networks. The illicit trafficking of cultural property occurs through a complex network that usually begins with clandestine excavations, continues with illegal movement across international borders, and is carried out through a sale of purchase protected by the discretion of the black market. Likewise, in all cases of commerce, pieces with high cultural value mixed with pieces of recent manufacture and lacking value are offered indistinctly, encouraging fraud. Here I would like to make a short reflection on the market of cultural goods. There is an imaginary division between countries of origin and countries of market. This arbitrary division also places former colonies and former metropolises as a starting point to define the position of the countries that interact in the scene of illicit trafficking in cultural property. However, although this division between countries of origin and destination is often associated with the colonial past, the truth is that the modern market is more associated with practices of transnational organized crime and tolerance of its products by the market countries. Despite the progress of the international legal regime, nowadays archaeological pieces from theft and looting in the countries of origin continue to be offered in various cities in the world, which are legitimized or laundered through these sales processes, taking advantage of permissive legal regimes in market countries. Therefore, thinking what should Latin American countries should do in order to improve national legal framework, the obvious answer is to enhance our legal frameworks to include fully the trafficking of cultural objects in the combat of national organized crimes should be a priority. Such improvements would allow to use all the tools available to combat those practices, including coordination among ministries and agencies involving all that protect borders and customs protection. I welcome this initiative of UNESCO to share best practices and the opportunity for Mexico to explain the importance of protecting cultural property. Thank you very much, and I appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. I remember, je rappelle que Monsieur Alejandro.
I'd like to remind you that Mr. Alejandro Celorio Alcantara talked to us about Mexico and the cooperation that Mexico has undertaken with other countries in Latin America in this fight. Now let's move from Latin America to Egypt with Mr. Majid Mosleh, who is a Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for international specialized agencies. Mr. Majid Mosleh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for
organizing
this event and inviting Egypt to present the recommendations of the meeting we had the pleasure to host virtually a few days ago. What we have come up with is in 4 areas. First, the 1970 convention. Second, the vision, the strategies, and the legal frameworks. Third, the tools. And last but not least is the coordination and cooperation. When it comes to the 1970 convention, of course, there is a call for the rest of the Arab countries to join the 1970 and for the application of operational guidelines in a more vigorous way for the effective implementation of this convention. And last in this aspect, to ensure adequate human and financial resources for the effective implementation of the 1970. When it comes to vision, it was striking and still is the fact that there is no UNESCO strategy for fighting illicit trafficking in cultural goods. We have a set of international legal tools. We have bilateral cooperation, regional cooperation, but yet there is no strategy, a broad one with action plans and so forth. So this comes at the top of the recommendation for the UNESCO to establish, to develop UNESCO strategy for fighting illicit trafficking that complements the shortcomings of the 1970 Convention and other tools. And on the African level, also it was raised, as Angela Martins was saying, with whom I have worked maybe more than 10 years ago or so, to develop a strategy for the flagship program Priority Africa. It is quite important to have this strategy for UNESCO that is in line with the 2063 program and the African position that is to be developed in the coming few months. If we move to the legal frameworks, it is quite important to have a model law. The African model law is quite important the input to that process, but in the Arab region also there is need to have the assistance of the UNESCO and other regions and partners in that respect. A regional framework also would be quite important in the Arab level, similar maybe to the African Common Position, but also to learn from the quite successful experience of the EU with its resolutions and directives in this area. Last of the tools, we have 2 sets of tools here. One is to look at the various important aspects that may be not adequately addressed. Some has been raised by the distinguished previous speakers, like looking at modern technology in fighting illicit trafficking, codes of conduct for auction houses and museums, as it has been raised by Mr. Abongo, that only 2% of the trade in cultural goods are legal. Look at the import controls system. In various countries, the focus is on export control, but import control is quite an indirect invitation for illegally acquired cultural good to step in the country as a transit country, or to be presented in auctions. There is need for a focus and a special expert meeting for colonial cultural properties. There has been some positive developments in various countries in Europe that aim at returning the colonial cultural properties. In Germany, France, maybe not yet implemented, and some individual institutions in the UK, like Cambridge University and so forth. But we need to focus on that. Again, internet, the legal trade over the internet is quite common and increasing. Again, documentation, inventory, database, as has been also raised by General Roberto Riccardi, whom I met a couple of years ago, discussing the same issues. Let me move to our last aspect, is coordination. Quite an important development here. Our meeting welcomed the resolution 10/7 by UNODC on combating transnational organized crime against cultural property. This was adopted on the 10th session of the Conference of the Parties of the UN Convention against Transnational Organized Crimes in October 2020. This resolution is quite a significant step, and there is a recommendation for UNESCO to collaborate with UNODC in this respect for regular information sharing, experience sharing, and coordination to look at this aspect of illicitly acquired and illicit trade of cultural good from an organized crime and transnational crime point of view. With the coordination also comes the various partnerships. The various partnerships like the ones between Arab and the EU, Arab League and the EU, Arab and Latin America, Africa, EU, as it has been mentioned by Angela Martins with the ministerial meeting. It could represent an important chance and opportunity to put this issue back on the agenda as it has been adopted in the EU-Africa strategy of 2007. Fighting illicit trafficking is quite high on that agenda. Again, looking at Africa, China, Africa, Japan, TCAD, and so forth, the various partnerships is quite an important venue for experience sharing and coordination in fighting illicit trafficking. Bilateral agreements also comes here with the international cooperation. Raising awareness is also important at the international level. The last point here is to establish an international working group to exchange views over experiences, best practices, and also to establish a global network of NGOs, research institutions, and various stakeholders to fight this very high up crime on our agenda. I thank you, and we may have some comments at the end of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Majid Mosley, Deputy Assistant Foreign Minister for International Specialized Agency of Egypt. Nous savons que votre
We do know that your country is a key stakeholder at the regional level, and we fully appreciate the time you have taken to tell us about the position of your country, but also to tell us about the various activities that were implemented to make it possible to fight extremely efficiently against the illicit trafficking in cultural property. After Egypt, we are now going to go to the Economic Community of West African States. I'd like to give the floor to Mamadou Diao, Commissioner for Education, Science, and Culture for ECOWAS. Mr. Mamadou Diao, are you with us? Yes, thank you. Thank you. We can see you. Thank you for being with us today. We have talked a great deal about repatriation and return of cultural property to countries of origin. It is an issue that has been mentioned since the beginning of this panel. And keeping in mind the various comments that were made, what is the point of view of the members of ECOWAS, of the 15 members? What are the needs of ECOWAS countries? What are their current needs to fight more efficiently against illicit trafficking in cultural property in this region of West Africa? Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank you for the invitation extended to ECOWAS so that we can participate to this essential forum. And I'd like also to congratulate UNESCO for the 50th anniversary of the 1970 convention. And I'd like to say something about the priorities of my region. I'd like to say that for ECOWAS broadly, currently, cultural issues go beyond just symbolic value, as someone already said. Currently, culture has other dimensions that should be considered internationally. Especially for economic renewal. The culture market is a flourishing market, for instance. And so culture is also important to fight poverty. The field of culture can make it possible to create thousands of jobs in various fields. The art industry, the books industry, the music industry, all of this has turned culture into an extremely important field, not just for ECOWAS, but also for the world at large. And this is no accident that in international conferences today, links are being drawn between culture and development. All countries are encouraged to work together to strengthen cooperation, bilateral cooperation, multinational cooperation, local and regional cooperation, to promote culture. And here I'd like to say that ECOWAS, since its inception, has always considered culture as essential, an essential field to reach the goals that were created for ECOWAS, for the socio-economic development of member countries. In 1987, ECOWAS has created a structural agreement, an instrument that is essential to strengthen the capacities of countries in the region. In 2019, in early 2019, ECOWAS has created a cultural policy as well as an action plan to protect and foster culture. A global goal was created to support sustainable economic development and regional integration through the promotion of culture, the diversity of culture, and the support of the cultural industry. In 2019, a convention was adopted with 5 strategic pillars. The first pillar is based on the protection and promotion of culture, heritage, and cultural diversity of member states. The other 4 pillars are linked to the development of the cultural and creative industry, the support for the regional market, the promotion of culture and peace and cultural education, and the protection and the development of intellectual property. The goal is also to strengthen the governance of information and the promotion of culture. In 2019, ECOWAS also adopted its 5-year action plan in the specific field and on the specific issue of the return of cultural property. It seems that we have a technical issue. We will try and see if we can re-establish the connection with Mr. Mamadou Diao, commissioner at ECOWAS. We have lost the connection with him. So we will try to give him the floor later on so he can finish his presentation of the 5 main actions that were designed by ECOWAS to have a more efficient fight against illicit trafficking. And so as we wait for Mamadou Diao, and since we do not have a lot of time, and since we have 6 experts in this panel, I'd like to ask all of our panelists to tell us their wishes for this 50th anniversary in one sentence and one sentence only. And so I'd like to start by giving the floor to the representative of Egypt. So you have one sentence. What do you wish for the 50th anniversary of the convention? Mr. Majed Moshleh.
I think
In one sentence, just one sentence, you wish.
In this anniversary is more justice to the world in regarding to restoring the cultural heritage of all nations, because this is the heritage of all mankind, not a specific country, not a specific region or continent. So with more cooperation, we can achieve more in restoring the identity and the heritage of all the countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So that's the wish from Egypt for this 50th anniversary. Now we will go to China. Is it possible to now fly to China?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, clear. Thank you.
Okay, okay. So as we perhaps contribution together.
Excuse me, sir?
La contribution d'ensemble. C'est une phrase, non?
Oui, tout.
You said one sentence, right? A joint contribution. But maybe you can tell us a little more, maybe more detail, maybe broader global cooperation. Yes, we think we should have a real collective contribution at the global level, because the 1970 convention should be seen as a common cause for all humanity. This is especially true in Pacific Asia. There are countries of origin, countries of transit, and countries of destination in this region. And so what we wish is to have more collective action from all countries, from the region, but also globally, to achieve the goals of the convention clearly and harmoniously. Thank you so much. Thank you for this beautiful wish. Now we will go back to Kenya. I will give the floor to George Abungu. Over to you.
It's 50th anniversary, particularly after what you told us at the beginning of this panel.
Thank you very much, Madam. My wish, as you said in a short sentence, is that the convention will be signed by all, and that the convention will be able to provide us with a language and a narrative where we can start developing a common language which is inclusive of all of us, and that may make us to agree together. And more so, that the convention will provide us with a lens of how we see things that we need to develop together as a common humanity with a common feeling for every part of the world, so that we can treat each and every people's heritage with respect, dignity, and do what they require us to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Abungu, for sharing this wonderful wish. I now go to Alejandro Celorio Alcantara from Mexico.
We wish that we can all put first, like in other resources, the collective good over the economic profit, the particular profit. The economic good, so we can enjoy the cultural heritage of all our societies instead of just profiting some. from the illicit trafficking of properties.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I'm just I'm just checking if we had the opportunity to reconnect with Mr. Mamadou Diao.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, j'avais des problèmes de connexion.
Yes, I was experiencing connectivity issues.
You were saying? What you were saying? You were telling us about the 5 priorities.
Okay. Yeah, rapidement, j'avais déjà.
I had already mentioned the 5 priorities of the action plan for culture of ECOWAS, and I also talked about the 3 strategic pillars in the field of culture and for cultural property. I was saying that this strategic plan will be a 5-year plan from 2019 to 2023. And there are 3 strategic pillars. One, for technical capacity building for all stakeholders in this field. Second, the strengthening of the legal framework. And third, the strengthening of cooperation, both locally, regionally, and internationally, in the fight against illicit trafficking, and to put an end to the illicit trafficking in cultural property. And currently in the region, we are working with member states, and we are trying to have a full ratification of international conventions, including the 1970 Convention. We're also supporting countries so that they can design their own legal framework to be better prepared in this fight that is being undertaken globally against illicit trafficking. We have had encouraging results. Currently, the 15 member states of ECOWAS already have a cultural policy, and we are currently advocating for the ratification of international conventions. There are obviously enormous challenges, but we are working together, and only with collaboration we will be able to get positive results for the protection of culture. This is what I wanted to say in summary. And obviously, I will answer any questions you have. Thank you so much, Mr. Mamadou Diao. The question I'd like to ask is the same question I asked to other panelists. What is your wish for the 50th anniversary of the 1970 Convention? What is your wish? Could you tell us what you would like to see happen this year? Thank you. I think that we need stronger cooperation at the local level, but also at the regional and global level, because as someone said, this tool is a collective tool. It is not limited to regions, it is not limited to countries, and one country or one region alone will not be able to win this fight. And so I think it would be essential to strengthen global cooperation, especially through the ratification of the conventions and through more engagement and commitment by countries and member states in the fight against illicit trafficking that we are undertaking. Thank you very much.
Now, in conclusion, we're going to take time to come back to our first speaker.
we have the General Commander of the Carabinieri in Italy, Roberto Riccardi. We're lucky enough to have him with us today at the headquarters of UNESCO in Paris. Now, Mr. Riccardi, Brigadier General, Commander, you've heard all the comments and you have extensive experience with the forces you are in charge of. What is your ambition as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the 1970 Convention?
Be more and more effective and powerful, to be more and more beloved and supported. And I wish UNESCO to reach other 50,000 of anniversaries like this.
And,
and
I mean, personally, in your field, would you like things to be improved in a certain way, and international cooperation maybe be more, have better links, maybe be able to share your good practice with other regions of the world? Because we've heard that in the from the different speakers in this panel, that there was a lack of understanding and training.
Of course, UNESCO is a reality which is growing. Before the World War II, it didn't exist. It couldn't exist. Nowadays we have UNESCO, and its importance, its knowledge of the problems it has to face is growing year by year, and so it will be, I'm sure, more and more effective. We've had important declarations in G20 for Culture this year in Rome. The protection of cultural heritage was stressed as an important point, as a common understanding we must have, and I'm pretty sure it will work. We are ready for this. We are ready for fix the scars of the past. We are ready for new politics. We are ready for a new operational cooperation in the field of fighting illicit trafficking of property. I realize, I notice it, I see it day by day. I am positive because we can be, not because I want to be.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Alors, maintenant que nous avons eu ce...
Now that we've had the opinions of the different panelists at the end of this first panel discussion, I'd like to highlight some of the points that we noted in common in the course of the presentations by the 6 distinguished figures we were lucky enough to have as panelists for our first discussion. And we have 2 other panel discussions after this one. For this first panel discussion, we focused on concrete actions and concrete solutions, and we looked at it from a regional perspective. And there we were lucky enough to listen to the 6 experts from different regions. They pointed out the shortcomings and the challenges and obstacles they're up against. They also pointed out what was needed, what they need at their different levels. And in the panel discussions to follow, we will be able to look at the challenges more closely, particularly in relation to new technologies. They've already been mentioned, of course, by the first group of panelists. And the new technology is not just for work to combat the trafficking of cultural property, but as one of the panelists pointed out, it's very important that the forces that are there fighting against trafficking, that they have proper training in new technologies and can use them properly so that they can be more efficient in their work. But also, we heard in some of the opening statements at this international conference, new technologies are also used for negative effects, and they can be used to facilitate the trafficking of cultural property. And we've seen evidence of this in the course of the pandemic. We've seen that people in different regions were not able to monitor cultural sites or, for example, sites where there are archaeological digs, which should be closely secured. The next panel discussions will look at the joint priorities and the approaches needed in the different countries. And obviously we're talking about UNESCO member states, and this is particularly the case for the anniversary year of the 1970 Convention. We have to have stronger links between these states that have ratified and signed the Convention. And we saw in the course of our first discussion here that there is a real need to strengthen the links between the different regions of the world. There is a real ambition to have closer cooperation with their colleagues and counterparts, and to have opportunities for discussions and contacts, and put this to good use, as we said at the beginning of our panel discussion, so that we can focus on best practices and experience which has been achieved by a number of countries which have been lucky enough to have more effective and efficient methods from the outset. Having said that, I would like to thank all our panelists. I would like to thank our commander for coming here to Paris to be with us. And I wish all the best to our audiences here and online for success for the rest of the discussion. And now the next panel discussions will be moderated by Tom Mashberg from the New York Times. The speaker cannot be heard.
My apologies. You can hear me now, I think. Very good. My name is Tom Mashberg, and I write about antiquities trafficking and cultural property issues for the New York Times. And welcome to our panel on good practice and the exercise of due diligence in the fight against the illegal trade. So how do we know when an item of cultural property has entered the market lawfully or unlawfully? That question is at the heart of the fight against illegal trafficking. This panel will focus on the challenges that arise for professionals when they exercise what we call due diligence in the acquisition and trade of cultural property. Generally, due diligence is understood to be a serious and ethically minded effort to establish the facts behind any cultural object that has been acquired or is made available for acquisition or sale. The ideal is to verify a full history of the item from its discovery or creation to the present day. Steps might include consulting registers of stolen objects, verifying the identity of buyers and sellers, and ascertaining the origin of money changing hands. We're very fortunate to have a wide-ranging panel of experts on the legal aspects of the global trade. In our first round, I will introduce each expert as we proceed and ask for their input. Each panelist will have about 4 minutes to speak, and I'll try to adhere to those time limits as well as possible. For the second round, I will ask the panels to address concerns and issues raised in the first round, including areas of agreement and disagreement. And Any follow-up conversations will be, of course, aimed at eliciting concrete solutions to the problem we are facing. And finally, those who want to read a fuller biography of the panelists can go visit the website that UNESCO will post on the screen. So I would like to begin with Marina Schneider, who is Principal Legal Officer at UNIDROIT, which is the International Institute for the Unification of Private Law. And UNIDROIT's goals include harmonizing commercial laws among nations. Ms. Schneider took part in developing the 1995 UNIDROIT Convention on Stolen or Illegally Exported Cultural Objects, as well as the UNESCO UNIDROIT Model Provisions on State Ownership of Undiscovered Cultural Objects. So if you please, Marina Schneider, please start us off. Based on UNESCO and UNIDROIT guidance, what is the essential evidence required to show that due diligence has been exercised in the fight against illegal trafficking?
Thank you, Tom, and good afternoon to all of you. I'm very happy to be here, in particular in this panel on due diligence. When we talk about due diligence, we intend the standard of conduct reasonably expected from a person who seeks to satisfy a legal requirement or to discharge an obligation. With respect to the art market, it refers to the obligation of any prospective buyer, professional or not, to investigate the origin of the artwork, whether it has been legally dealt with. Both the 1970 and the 1995 conventions do link due diligence to the payment of compensation to the innocent purchaser. The UNESCO Convention referring to national legislation without any definition of what an innocent purchaser is. And we know that national legislation are extremely different on the issue of good faith. To remedy this weakness, which has been considered of the 1970 Convention, the UNIDROIT Convention has a rule for which compensation will be given to the possessor on the condition he or she can prove the exercise of due diligence. And putting the burden of proof on that person, of course, the authors of the convention thought it was necessary to explain what due diligence is, to give maybe not a definition, but criteria to understand what due diligence is, which are also recognized by the operation guidelines of UNESCO. Article 4.4 is at the very heart of this convention and the notion of due diligence, called due diligence on purpose to avoid good faith. All the circumstances of the acquisition must be taken into account. Every case is a single one with different elements, so all the elements of the acquisition. But the text gives also some criteria. Above all, or first, the consultation of registries of stolen objects. At the time the convention was drafted, no such registers were existing, well, two, but not accessible to the public. Nowadays, many have been developed, being public or private. I would in particular mention the database of Interpol and its mobile ID art, of which we will have more information later in the year. Then another criteria is the consultation of any other relevant information and documentation that the possessor could reasonably have obtained. This is referring to specific scientific publication, for example, of course, accessible to the public. Also, the consultation of accessible agencies or any other step that a reasonable person would have taken in the circumstances. This is a general sentence which you very often find in legal text. It's an open-ended formulation, the concept of bon père de famille, which entitles the possessor to adduce any circumstances that are likely to prove the diligence. Clearly, the courts or the entities will need to assess this depending on the circumstances and in combination. For sure, an object which comes from an illegal excavation will not appear on a register, So the others criteria will be very important. Where have you bought the object? At a flea market or in a gallery? Who is buying? A connoisseur or someone who doesn't know anything? The price paid, it might be good, but we know now that price change whether the object is documented or not. This notion has three functions. First, to indicate to the potential buyer how to behave, because he might or she might be asked at a certain point to prove this behavior. It will be a help for courts to assess the circumstances and the behavior of the person who is claiming for compensation. And also it will help to elaborate a common, a uniform case law. We do not ask for the impossible, just check the origin of the object, that it was not stolen, illegally excavated, or exported. This will increase legal certainty in the circulation and trade of goods. Please let me stress the importance of the various tools which exist and help possessors to exercise due diligence, which are developed by our partners. I already mentioned the Interpol's database, but there's also a UNESCO database on heritage laws to know whether an object can be exported or not. UNODC has also such a database. ICOM has very important red lists which focus on categories very much at risk. But not only those tools exist, but we are all responsible for their good implementation. We need to feed those registers. Museums and private dispossessed owners must report thefts and ensure that they are in those reports. States must insert the new legislation in those databases. Museum professionals must indicate which are the categories most at risk. A word on the impact of this due diligence rule. We are having this conference together with the EU. The impact of the UNIDROIT rule is very evident on EU instrument, in particular the directive, which has exactly taken in 2014 the UNIDROIT rules and the same criteria to define due diligence, which is called due care and attention. Impact also in national legislation of states which have not ratified the UNIDROIT Convention, such as Germany, the Netherlands, or Switzerland, for example. Good practice, Finland has made a declaration to the 1970 Convention saying that for restitution, they will use the obligation under the UNIDROIT Convention. And I'll conclude by saying that this concept of due diligence complements the due diligence which are drafted by museums, most of all the ICOM's Code of Ethics, auction houses and dealers, rendering them binding and fosters confidence in international trade. It formalizes what has long been taken for granted by serious collectors, museum professionals and art dealers, the need to verify the provenance of a cultural object offered for sale. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that excellent summation. You've given us a lot to think about and talk about. I'd like to turn now to a stakeholder from the art trade. Let me please introduce Alexandre Giquelot, who is president of Drouot Patrimoine. That is the leading French auction market platform, and it hosts auctions for as many as 60 independent auction houses. Alexandre, if you don't mind, to your mind, what are the legal and ethical and professional obligations that dealers must adhere to? And of course, if you disagree with some of those that were just articulated, feel free to say so. And finally, what measures do you urge dealers to take if they have serious doubts about an item of cultural property that appears on the market?
Merci. Merci de me...
Thank you for inviting me. Now, first, I would like to say that I'm not speaking for the entire art market, but just for public sales and auctioneers. I'm not going to talk about the other categories because I don't have that.
Qui est que...
I'd like to say that France is the only country in the world where public auctions are regulated by law. It is extremely important because, as a result, there is a legal framework and an ethical framework in France that is extremely strict. I'm mentioning here the 2011 law that was reformed recently, the 221-17 law in the Civil Code. And in the provisions, it is said that auction houses and experts working in auction houses are legally responsible when there are sales of furniture in public auctions in keeping with the rules of these sales. Here, there is a reference to the 2000 law and the code of ethics that was created by the Council of Auctions in France. And in this article, it is said that provisions to waive responsibility, provisions that aim to limit or waive liability are banned. It is extremely important because recently some auction houses, multinational global auction houses, had decided in their code of ethics had decided to waive responsibility so that they could actually use their expertise without taking responsibility. Here we're not talking specifically of responsibility about provenance, but this is important. And so the law actually says that these provisions in the contract cannot be applied in France according to French law. So it is important to understand that this legal framework makes it possible to protect buyers, but also sellers, dealers, and auction houses themselves, because it creates a very stringent legal framework that is a strong base and a strong protection for auction houses. And this is extremely important for them. So what can be found in the code of ethics I mentioned? It is said extremely clearly that there is a duty of due diligence about the provenance of cultural property. I heard about due diligence. There is an obligation of best practice, and here there is the assistance of an expert. It is extremely important to think of the role of the expert, because the expert is on the front line when it comes to controlling the country of origin of the cultural good. And so here we have an obligation of best practice. And so this will imply various things. There are various things that need to be considered, I think. First, it creates a legal guarantee. There is a strict legal framework for public sales in auction houses. And now the question of the country of origin has become an important commercial element. In some fields, provenance, country of origin, represents a high percentage in the price of an object. An object with no known country of origin will not be as expensive. But beyond the commercial notion in and of itself, there is the ethical issue and the moral issue linked to this concept. Obviously, the goal here is to make sure that the cultural objects are not derived from illicit trafficking. And so here we can see how relevant it is to include auction houses to fight illicit trafficking, but also reproductions and false objects, which is another topic. But I think that here, working with auction houses is essential to fight against the black market, against illegal trafficking, because we can have a very clear legal framework, at least in France, and thanks to files with the identity of all sellers, dealers, and objects, with a record of all buyers. This gives us access to traceability of cultural goods, and years later, we can know exactly where an object came from. And this is extremely useful for investigations. It is useful before a sale is undertaken, but also after, maybe 10 years after an object was sold. And so it gives us very precise information, and it gives us transparency.
Halt you now. I'd like to move on to our next panelist, but we will, of course, return to you, Alexandra, as we proceed. But thank you for that. The issues you raise are quite interesting, and they speak to the question of harmonization, which we will get to during this discussion. Let me now introduce Alessia Di Gregorio from the European Commission. Ms. Di Gregorio is Deputy Head of the Proximity, Social Economy, and Creative Industries Unit in the Directorate General for Internal Market, Industry, and Entrepreneurship at the European Commission. So we'll hear the point of view from the European Commission. The question is, in 2014, the European Union adopted a directive on the return of cultural objects that had been unlawfully removed from the territory of member states. How does that directive connect to the concept of due diligence? And what more can be done to support its implementation among EU member states?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the floor. Good morning, everybody. I am very happy to be here today to this important conference. And thank you very much for this relevant question. I will try to reply by linking the concept of due care and attention in Article 10 of the EU Directive 2014/60 on the return of cultural objects unlawfully removed from the territory of a member state. I promise I don't say any more the entire title. From now it will be the directive and the due diligence concept as such. I will also try to explain how both concepts can be linked to improve the functioning of our directive under a single market perspective. So certainly the 1995 UNIDROIT Convention inspired us in a significant manner the work concerning the recast of our directive. It results both from Recital 8 and Article 13 of the directive that the determination of ownership does not enter into the scope of the directive itself. Indeed, Recital 8 states that the provisions of the directive apply irrespective of the property rights applying to cultural objects, while Article 13 of the directive provides that ownership of the cultural objects after return shall be governed by the law of the requiring member state. But let me say that in the framework of our directive, the concept of provenance is not completely inexistent. It is rather understood as a criteria when defining the existence or not of due care and attention of the possessor in order to grant fair compensation after the restitution of the cultural goods. As inspired by the UNIDROIT Convention from 1995, our directive sets then a clear rule regarding the burden of proof for due care and attention when acquiring the cultural object. And I can tell you, and I insist on this point, which is a very important step forward. And to be more concrete, the recast directive put on the table the criteria to fix whether the possessor exercised due care and attention, and I refer here to the circumstances of the acquisition, and in particular, for example, to the documentation on the object's provenance for the purpose of compensation, in case, of course, the cultural object has to be returned to the member state of origin. Most importantly, and I want to stress it here, Recital 17 and Article 10 of of the directive are really very important, are key to provide a clear understanding of the due diligence concept. And in particular, Recital 17 of the directive highlights that all those involved in the market should exercise due care and attention in transactions involving cultural objects. Also, Article 10 of the directive only allows for fair compensation for the possessor in case the possessor proved that he or she exercised due care and attention when acquiring the object. Hence, the due care and attention requirement aim to prevent, for example, forum shopping by traffickers, and so to make returns less costly for the requesting member states. In light of this, I want to say that we very much look forward to working with you, with UNESCO, and to follow your work on the revision of the UNESCO Code on Ethics for Dealers in Cultural Property, and then assess possible links to pave the way to a kind of uniform obligation for due diligence at EU level. But I have also to admit that more transparency of transactions is still needed in the European Union. As an example, the European Security Union strategy adopted in July 2020 stated that steps should be explored to improve the online and offline traceability of cultural goods in the internal market. And this is precisely where due diligence from the side of our dealers is currently missing. This work stream was rather developed in the EU strategy to tackle organized crime for the period of 2021 to 2025, adopted this April, which also announced that the Commission will propose an action plan on tackling the illicit trade in cultural goods in 2022. I can tell you here that the relevant Commission services are indeed very much working on this, and with the intention to launch an open public consultation in the coming times, with a view to the future adoption of this action plan by the Commission, possibly, we hope so, in the first part of 2022. But coming back to our directive, I want to make another important point. The fact that we are also about to adopt the first report on the application of the directive 2014-60, which is based on the very important input that we received from our member state on their practice in the implementation of the directive, including also insightful elements on due diligence. The main outcomes of member states replies also confirm the importance to do more to frame the way at EU level regarding the legal trade of cultural goods. This could be done, as already mentioned, by fostering the transparency of transactions, improving the traceability of the traded cultural goods, and putting on the table a principle that, for example, professional art dealers have to exercise their due diligence obligations when entering commercial transactions. We are convinced, and with this I will conclude my reply to your question, that this would help very much national authorities, on which the burden of the proof still lies in the current EU law, to bring the evidence that the object was unlawfully removed, and this in order for the provisions of our own directive to apply more effectively, and so to better contribute to the well-functioning of the EU internal market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessia. Very interesting. Clearly, the question of compensation and how to apply for compensation after having performed proper due diligence will be one of the more difficult issues to resolve. So it'll be interesting to talk more about that. I'd like to introduce now Kate Fitzgibbon, who is an attorney in the field of art and cultural heritage law, and the executive director of the Committee for Cultural Property, which is a United States think tank on art and cultural property policy. Kate is also the editor of the online journal Cultural Property News. And I'd like to ask Kate if she believes that the guidelines we've been discussing so far are workable and appropriate for dealers and collectors, and also what can be done to improve these guidelines.
Thank you, Tom, very much. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. I appreciate very much being brought into this conference, and I'm delighted to hear from the other participants and from you as well. I should correct you just very briefly. It's the Committee for Cultural Policy. We're really for policy, not for property. Okay.
My apologies.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So the failure to involve the art trade in direct working committees with UNESCO is a major problem in the whole process of developing the guidelines. The proposed revision commentaries that were issued in May 2021 extensively quote the ethical guidelines that were already adopted by art dealer organizations, but UNESCO has not brought the trade into the discussion. There are issues that are quite obvious. Article 2 is unworkable in the real world because auctioneers are often contractually and sometimes legally prevented from passing on names of sellers. Article 8 covers violations which are currently resolved in other ways through negotiations, trade associations, sanctions, or the judicial court system. Unfortunately, there's no one here to address these failings from the International Association of Dealers in Ancient Art, or the British Antique Dealers Association, or the Antiquities Dealers Association, or the Art Dealers Association of America, or even from SINUA, which represents over 5,000 art dealers around the world. Every art dealer organization that I've mentioned has asked repeatedly to be included with in this discussion with UNESCO. The result was that UNESCO published a question that was very poorly formatted for the art trade and available online. In the real world, many auction houses have stopped selling antiquities because it's the least valuable and hardest to sell segment of the art market, less than 1%. In the real world, almost all of what is sold at auction and in galleries has been sold before, and there are millions of objects sitting in private collections that circulated in the past without documentation that are deemed orphans and can't even be accepted as gifts to museums under their self-imposed rules. Recently, my organization worked with attorneys from 9 different countries to do studies on heritage laws and on their operation and enforcement, and we realized very quickly that there were enormous discrepancies between the laws and the books and the behavior of the source countries. So all of the developing countries had signed, in fact, all the countries had signed the UNESCO Convention. That was one of our thresholds. All of the developing countries had enacted cookie cutter laws that had very little relationship to how their heritage laws actually functioned, which was a much more nationally oriented, typical of the operation of that country. Outside of major monuments, objects didn't rate the government's attention. Today, national governments have realized what a useful political issue cultural heritage is, both domestically and internationally. Every scrap is now a national treasure, although the convention refers to objects of importance. The vast majority of antiquities out of source countries, not just in the market, which is in a far smaller group, I'm talking about in collections scattered around the world, have no documentation of lawful export. They didn't need it when they left source countries. If they once had it, they've lost it over the last 25, 50, 100, or 200 years. Today's policies attempt to make all the art that flowed out of countries with official acquiescence for decades illegal because it lacks documentation. It's unreasonable to make rules today that ignore the facts of the past and impossible for the most diligent art dealer to function under them. This is not the best way to build a lawful, transparent trade. The solution is to focus on documentation as a good faith step in establishing legitimacy, not simply as a tool for source country claims. Art dealers have suggested drawing a line in the sand at 2010, when the recording of provenance became routine in the trade for the first time and before the Arab Spring. That would be realistic, and that could also solve the orphans problem, because most orphans have been out there for many, many decades. The rest of the solution is to build partnerships to share the art that is out there. There should be decent museums in every country in the world. If the museums are there, the art will come. Workable solutions are much harder to reach today because activists have wildly exaggerated the size of the illegal market. UNESCO, unfortunately, has repeated these egregiously false statements about $1 billion loot antiquities market in its The Price of Art campaign. UNESCO staff must have read the RAND Corporation's major 2020 study that completely debunked these phony numbers and false Facebook and terrorist claims. Here's what RAND said. The entire antiquities market is not likely to be larger than a few $100 million a year. That's all the art from the Near East and the classical world, from the earliest man-made objects of prehistory until the fall of the Roman Empire. This result of UNESCO's willful embrace of false statements is to make art like into a controlled substance, like a drug, that you can only get with a prescription from a source country. Only source countries didn't write prescriptions. They wrote cookie cutter laws and ignored them and let the art flow out. The code needs to focus.
Interrupt in a minute. Please go ahead. Yeah. Finish up, please.
Sure. The code should focus on the prevention of modern day looting, on protecting heritage, and educating communities that are responsible for caring for it. And UNESCO should clean its own house. Otherwise, its failure to state the truth about antiquities or to sanction state parties that seize cultural artifacts from religious and ethnic minorities, states that are engaging right now in the deliberate destruction of monuments and mosques and razing cemeteries, that will cost UNESCO whatever moral authority it has left. And it will lose the opportunity to use art to build bridges.
I have to cut you off now because there's no one here from UNESCO to respond to everything you've said, which is a very harsh attack. And so in fairness to UNESCO, I'll just point out that from my understanding, the agency is deeply involved with attempting to protect cultural sites that are under distress and under threat, and that the agency takes very seriously the issue of cultural property protection.
I'm not arguing with that.
UNESCO, I don't speak for UNESCO, but I think it's in fairness to the sponsors of this panel that I should at least mention that they do have an honest stake in this matter.
I don't disagree in the slightest. I'm completely in agreement with you on that. I'm simply talking about this publicity campaign that they have engaged in as part of the 50th anniversary, and which I am by no means the first person to question. This has been a serious issue addressed in the art media for the last several months because it became so obviously a concern. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tom.
You're welcome. Thank you. Well, I'd like to speak to somebody who has a lot of experience now with the effort to recover cultural property that somehow made its way into the United States and has recently been returned to the country of Iraq. So please let me introduce Laith Hussein, who is Deputy Minister of Culture for Iraq, and he is Director of the National Council of Antiquities and Heritage and Director General of Iraq's Directorate of Museums. Laith, if you please weigh in. I'd like to mention that in early August, Iraq announced that it had recovered 17,000 looted artifacts from two American institutions, the Museum of the Bible in Washington and Cornell University in New York. This was an enormous repatriation of cultural objects. And I'd like to know what key steps Iraq took to prove that those items were unlawfully in the possession of those institutions. Well, I'm not hearing back from Laith, so perhaps he has left us. And if so, my apologies. It would have been interesting to hear from him, but we'll have to set that question aside for now. I'll direct the next question to Emmanuel Kassaherou, who is president of the Quai Branly Jacques Chirac Museum since 2020. And Emmanuel has directed the Museum of New Caledonia in Noumea for 10 years before that. His mission seems to be a very unique one he has been tasked with scouring the Quai Branly's African holdings to identify objects that had entered the collections illegally or by force under French colonial rule. And Emmanuel, we'd like to hear very much about the steps that you are taking and that you recommend other museums take when it comes to assessing objects that might have been the result of colonial plunder.
Je vous remercie de votre, de votre question et de votre...
No, thank you for your question and for your introduction. It's a bit difficult to follow because we're here at UNESCO and you're out there in the virtual world. The museum works in two directions. When we acquire collections, we do it one way, and then we have to work with the old collections. The museum has collections from 4 continents, and the first thing we do when we are offered objects or when we want to acquire them, because this museum extends its collection. We have 60% donations and 40% paid acquisitions, and we obviously have to check the origins. We work under the aegis, so to speak, of national legislation, and it's a very clear legislation that we have in France setting due diligence, and we also work under obligations which France ratified, the 1970 Convention, which we ratified in 1997, and we also have our code of ethics, and sometimes this gives us a certain degree of elasticity in the interpretation of the legal terms. For example, for the 1970 Convention, which was ratified by France more than 20 years later, we don't look at the time from the request of the ratification, but at the time the convention came into force. And so this is a detailed work that needs to be done. We have to work in a spirit of confidence and trust, working with the auction houses, galleries, and individuals. And our first task is to carry out an investigation. We have to make sure that the information provided to us was real and reliable. And if there is no information, then we have to undertake the research. And sometimes this is a very lengthy procedure. It's time-consuming. And so this might mean that we sometimes have to give up on a number of acquisitions when the market moves along too quickly in relation to the time required for our investigations, so that we can include these as part of our national collections. Of course, when you want to buy something for a museum such as the Quai Branly, this is a decision which has major consequences, because once the item is part of our national heritage, it is protected and it can no longer be sold unless there's a very cumbersome process which requires legislative measures. So our collections are protected. Now, for the older collections, for some 3 years now, we have been making special efforts to try and trace back the past history of the items. And this is even more time-consuming, because we've got some 300,000 objects there from 4 continents, and the chronological timescale of takes the collections back over 4 centuries. And so we deal with this in terms of urgency, and we're looking at collections which came at the colonial period, and in particular for Africa, because this is where we've had a priority. We do it with our usual investigative methods. We go through documentary files, we go through archives, and we're increasingly doing it in collaboration with the source countries. Some of the information can be available in these countries, and for the older collections we have more time, and so we do it on the basis of a research partnership, and this is quite extensive, and it's a new approach to our processes, and we've been doing this for some 3 years now.
Very interesting. Are there any items you'd care to mention at this point that might be of interest?
Well, I can say that we're working in close collaboration with the French Customs Authority, and a large number of our staff spend a lot of time checking the content of containers that are imported in France. And what takes up a lot of time, well, there's a less a movement in the COVID world, but usually we have to check containers that come from Africa or containers that come from Central or Southern America. And this is a large amount of work that requires a lot of time, because to do a proper expert assessment, you have to see the different items, and of course they come in through different ports and harbors, and we're a large country, and so we have to sometimes get items seized that were not properly imported, and we return them to the source country. So that's an interesting part of our work. It's not often mentioned, but it is an interesting aspect of our work, and particularly when we look at the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural property.
Very interesting, thank you. I'm told that Laith Hussein is with us now. Laith is the Deputy Minister of Culture for Iraq. And Laith, I'll just return to the question I had for you. As we all know, in early August, Iraq announced that it had recovered 17,000 looted items and artifacts from 2 American institutions, the Museum of the Bible in Washington and Cornell University in New York. Yes. This was an enormous repatriation of cultural objects. And of course, we're all curious to know what kind of steps Iraq took to prove that these items had not been lawfully acquired.
Microphone, please.
Yeah.
I'm afraid we can't hear you, Laith.
You see, but we don't hear.
Why don't we stand by and see if we can get you on the air?
Maybe it's a technical problem, but I have everything free here.
We can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yes,
excellent.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I won't bore you with the question a third time.
No, I hear it. I hear it. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. It's a great opportunity to talk about many things, and of course, about the illicit trafficking. As you know, illicit trafficking formed a problem since a long time ago, but this issue doubled through the last years owing the emerged challenges like IS, as you know, and the terrorism in general. All of the force used all the international committees to sit and discuss together the serious issue related to this bloody trade. Of course, as you mentioned, we are very satisfied now and very happy to have this collection from the United States. But we have many issues too. For many years, the State Board of Antiquities and Heritage has been concerned with the inventory and documentation of the Iraqi museum collections. Despite the hard work of the international help, especially from UNESCO, the work is still limited, and there is no, or there is a lot of to do there, but we aspire to do more and more until we reach the best achievement in this regard. Of course, the most important matter, as we all know, is the return of more than 17,000 smuggled artifacts from the United States of Iraq this year. The artifacts, of course, is part of a sweeping effort to return the archaeological object looted during the decades of instability after the war in 2003. Of course, in addition to this recovered fund from the USA, we have 17 objects from Japan and Netherlands and Italy. We received 23 boxes from the United States with exactly 17,899 objects. Of course, 6 boxes from the Cornell University with 5,449 objects, and 17 boxes from Hobby Lobby with 12,450 objects. The tablets has returned to Iraq on the aircraft of the Prime Minister, of course, for his last visit to the United States, Mustafa al-Kadhim. Of course, we speak about now the Gilgamesh, the dream tablet of Gilgamesh. It will be returned as soon as possible to Iraq. Of course, the return of these pieces was a fruit, of course, vigorous efforts that were made since 2009. But all of the efforts were in vain when finally the current Iraqi government managed to make it reality. And we have many discussions and we have many issues to say, but most of the tablets, the cuneiform tablets, of course, returned now belong to the what we call Ur-3 period of the new Sumerian, of course, empire, or New Sumerian period. It's belonged to 2112 to 2004. And some of the tablets belong to the old Babylonian period. This is a summary of what we get from the smuggled object in the United States. Thank you very much.
All right, well, that's a very interesting story, and the recovery is, I suppose, quite an important event for Iraq, because we all know what happened to the National Museum. And yes. Those items, unfortunately, many are still, I suppose, lost or perhaps hidden away somewhere. So in time, we have to hope that those will reappear.
We hope so. We hope so. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, I'd like to move on to our second round. I want to thank you all for some very interesting and informative comments. There's so much to discuss in this area, and I'll try to make our second round a bit more free form. I think that it would be interesting to ask Marina Schneider, in your view, how do you convince states to apply the provisions that UNESCO and UNIDROIT are pressing for in order to strengthen their cultural property laws? Oh, I fear I have another silence.
Yes. No, I'm here. Thank you, Tom. I have when you have to convince states, I mean, the best is to start from reality. And I will give you the example of the 2011 UNESCO UNIDROIT model provisions on state ownership of undiscovered cultural objects. For sure, we always speak about uniformization, harmonization. UNIDROIT is the institute in charge of harmonization, principally of commercial law. Why? Because it helps, it creates a favorable environment for transaction. Here, of course, we also talk about transaction, but for all subjects, it's for sure over-optimistic to believe that states will decide to accede to conventions or change their national legislation for the sole purpose of harmonization. It's never a mean. It's a mean to an end. It is not an end in itself. And so where is the end here? it's the problem of illegal excavations. They have to face this and they need to find a solution. When an object is found, the country of origin wants it back and needs to go to mediation or litigation if the other part does not agree. For this, it needs to have a legislative framework to do so and have it in advance. When it's done, it's too late. And it needs to have the best possible legal arguments to have. Establishing the state ownership is not something which is recommended by UNESCO or UNIDROIT, but for states who wish to establish such a right of ownership, they need to have a strong legislation. Several instruments ask for that. There is a very old recommendation, UNESCO recommendation of 1956, an ECOSOC resolution 2018, and the UNIDROIT Convention also considers that illegally excavated objects or legally excavated but unlawfully retained are considered as stolen if the law of the state where the excavation took place is the owner of the subsoil. Many countries do have such legislation, but we know that the difficulty is to know whether those legislation are effectively implemented with a foreign court. And this, the case law shows us that it's not the case. There are well-known cases of countries which tried to obtain the restitution of objects of illegal excavation and were unable to do so because the courts abroad did not recognize their right of ownership. Some did succeed in doing this, but it took a lot of time, it costed a lot of money, and it would not have been that like this if they had a good and clear legislation. We have seen claims made by arguments that the state has no title, either because its legislation is too vague, because people dealing with the object were not aware of the legislation, or because the state doesn't enforce the legislation against its own citizens. These are courts' reasons given not to return. And so the drafting of clear provisions aim at avoiding the time and effort that would be needed to develop an interpretation of the law of the state bringing the action, and also the simplicity those provisions are, avoid the ambiguity which could be exploited before foreign courts. And again, we had a court saying that the legislation of the requesting state, when translated into its language, didn't mean it was a right of ownership, which is not really nice to hear. So the two organizations have developed those provisions which are available to states who wish to strengthen the legislation, who wish to, they would need to adapt it to their national context. It's not a binding instrument, it's not a normative instrument, it's just very simple provisions which will help states to have back such object. I would say that those models are good practice because they come from lesson learned. They were built up on real and actual experience, and this is why it shouldn't be difficult for states to convince them to apply those instruments. And I will end by saying that very recently a state has applied, has used, has adopted or based a modification of its constitution on the basis of this. It's Peru, which last July established state ownership of undiscovered cultural objects and referred in the explanatory memorandum to the UNESCO UNIDROIT provisions. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Well, you raised some interesting points, and it reminds me that I wanted to address specifically the situation now in Afghanistan, because as we know, turmoil is the kind of situation where a nation's endangered heritage is even more vulnerable and could conceivably enter the market through back channels or illegal means. So I'd like to ask Kate, who's very familiar with Afghanistan and also an expert on the market. In your opinion, Kate, what are the steps that can be taken so that honorable dealers and traders and others, collectors, are not inadvertently caught up in the trade in what might be illicit antiquities from a country in turmoil like Afghanistan?
Well, thank you, Tom. And I also wanted to thank Marina Schneider for her excellent comments and her points about focusing on looking beyond the rhetoric and to the realities. So I have, as Tom said, I have been working in Afghanistan much of my life, or in and around Afghanistan as much as possible. For the last 25 years, it seems to me that art dealers have been very, very cautious in buying or selling objects from Afghanistan. Dealers were as horrified by the destruction wreaked by the Taliban, just as they were appalled by the destruction in the Mideast after the Arab Spring and ISIS. Our viewers have probably heard about the most dramatic recovery of the Bagram ivories that were looted from the Kabul Museum. They were returned by antiquities dealers who actually funded and paid for their return. Except for creating a potential home for the National Museum's holdings and for gifts of objects from collectors who want a safe place to store objects from Afghanistan for the time when it is actually safe to return them, the safe harbor provisions under laws such as those adopted by the U.S. Association of Art Museum Directors may not be greatly used. However, the international community needs to move immediately to take advantage of any opportunity to safeguard the materials in the National Museum, which thankfully are very well documented today so that it would not be possible to sell them. In November 2002, I participated in an Afghanistan study day at the British Museum, where I watched Paul Bukhur-Dichi, who's the director of the Biblioteca Afghanica. That's a Swiss Afghanistan museum in exile, and he was incandescent with rage. He was flourishing a letter that he'd received from UNESCO, which reluctantly authorized the removal of the boxes of packed artifacts from the National Museum at Kabul. However, he'd received it 6 months after the Taliban had smashed them with sledgehammers. UNESCO had a firm policy of not allowing objects from source countries to leave the countries, but the result was a disaster, leaving a black hole in Afghanistan's cultural history. Despite the secret storage of many smaller valuable items by the National Museum curators that preserve the Tilla Tepe hoard, which is now in the restored National Museum. So we pray for the safety of those objects. Aside from preserving the museum's collection, I'm less worried about looting than about the destruction of objects and sites. Illicit trafficking will undoubtedly happen at a low level, hopefully only in the very inept, opportunistic way that it takes place today. I think the greatest danger in Afghanistan by far is from agreements between the Taliban and China to turn archaeological sites along ancient routes of trade into mining concessions. Illegal mining, together with poppy, has long been the chief money-making activity of the Taliban. And for all the heroic efforts of the Afghan archaeologists at Mezainak, what most kept China from turning it into a giant pit mine was the lack of security caused by the Taliban. Unfortunately, within a week of taking Kabul, Taliban leaders were meeting with Chinese ministers to discuss mining concessions. So I thought that it might be useful, since you've also opened the question of what's illicit under the law, about what's come out of Afghanistan since the 1950s, when Afghanistan first opened to tourism, and the 1970s, when exports of all kinds of Afghan art became very popular in the West. And that question really turns on the applicable law at the time. So there's a 1958 law in Afghanistan that allowed the state to acquire antiquities from private owners on payment of a fair price. Dealers in antiquities were licensed. Permits were issued by archaeologists who reviewed objects at the museum in Dar el Aman. And this law was very much operative during the 1960s and the 1970s. The archaeologists did not give permission for export of Buddhist antiquities, but they were much more lenient regarding lower quality objects, Bronze Age artifacts. Bronze Age wasn't even recognized then. Islamic metalwork and ceramics and beads and seals and textiles and jewelry. Everything had to be cleared through the museum. After the Soviet invasion, to my specific knowledge, at least one archaeologist at the museum took the position that it was better for objects to go to the West than to be looted by the Russians, as he said. And these Afghan export papers were written in Persian and stamped with something that looked like you could have done it with a potato, and they're very unlikely to have been kept. After a Soviet-backed communist coup in 1978 and less than 2 months after the Soviet invasion in December 1979, American Ambassador Adolph Dubs was murdered, supposedly in a botched rescue attempt after a kidnapping. The US cut relations with Afghanistan. They knew who had done it. In 1980, 1 year after the Soviet invasion, a new cultural heritage law was instituted by the Soviet puppet government. It stated that any man-made thing with an outstanding historical, scientific, or cultural value belonged to the state. Licensed dealers could still buy antiquities, but could not sell them to foreigners. This law was not enforced, nor were many, many other laws that were instituted at this time. By 1982, the Afghan countryside was completely held by various mujahideen groups. The only person that I know of who was prosecuted under this law was Rafe Pinder Wilson, who was the retired deputy keeper of Islamic art at the British Museum and head of the British Institute in Afghanistan. In March 1982, he was detained for having Afghan cultural property, which were the archaeological artifacts from the British Institute's excavations in Kandahar. Pinder Wilson did not have diplomatic status. Consular access was denied to him, and official protests were ignored. There was international outrage. Some weeks later, he was charged with illegally exporting Kushan coins and with spying. And in June, he was brought before the Revolutionary Council Court and sentenced to be executed, though this was soon reduced to a 10-year sentence. Just a few weeks later, he was abruptly released and flown to Delhi. By almost any standards, Afghanistan never enforced this 1980 cultural heritage law except to make this one false accusation. It seems unlikely to me that a US court would recognize the 1980 law was enforced. So this leaves open the question of whether there was a valid heritage law after the Soviet occupation, since the museum continued to issue export permits for at least a few years. The legal status of objects that left Afghanistan at various times between 1980 and 2004 then remains unclear. I'm closing off here, so give me just a sec. In 2004, the government of Afghanistan adopted a new constitution and issued a new cultural heritage law voiding the 1980 law, but essentially replicating it. Permits were required for export, and license sale was still allowed. Private ownership and collecting was allowed for Afghan citizens, but the state could buy antiquities preemptively from them. In 2005, Afghanistan signed the 1970 UNESCO Convention. In these two steps, Afghanistan's government brought its law in line with other relatively liberal national heritage laws. What the futures will be is completely unknown, because that law is now out the window with the Taliban in charge.
Well, thank you. I'd like to actually pass that over to Mr. Giquelot. My question is, given what Kate has described, which sounds like it could be just a very messy situation in terms of provenance and paperwork and the historicity of items and under what regime they might have left or might have not left legally or illegally, what can people in the industry, buyers, dealers, traders, collectors, what can they do in a situation like that?
Well, the danger at our level is mainly false provenance, invented provenance, and fraudulent provenance used in order to sell these objects from illicit trafficking. A few months ago in France, there was a case with an auction house which was in trouble for a sale where they were accused of having sold illegally obtained items. And this was an absolute disaster. And I am convinced that they were in good faith, but they simply had the wool pulled over their heads. So provenance should be at the heart of the market. Good provenance guarantees a legitimate and legal framework, but also is a commercial guarantee. So it is essential. Now, what I note today is that it is necessary to harmonize the legislation of countries on the international market for public auctions and the art market in general. We are private individuals, so the 1970 convention is a convention between states. France is not unified unidroit, but France has a legal system which is relatively, in my opinion, relatively well organized, and it abides by strict obligations on the one hand, and on the other, there's a universal law which we tend to forget, and which is to be found in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That is the right to private property and presumed good faith.
Well, I think these are, as you said, our panel is on due diligence, and provenance is always at the heart of that. And so we have to keep that in mind. But it is, of course, raises the question, which I'd like to address, please, to Alessia from the European Commission, which is that can the concept of due diligence work in the context of the European Union's effort to harmonize these the rules by which the trade is conducted?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much again for this important question. So I need to bring you back to the internal market dimension to reply to your question. And I want to say that the internal market is one of our best achievements in the history of the European Union. So based on it, the European Union can also play a role for a fairer trade and cultural goods. And in particular, these cultural goods are really a specific category of goods. They are not manufactured according to technical rules. They are not illegal per se. Their value is subjective and difficult to determine. The identification of the works of art and antiquities is really complex, just to mention a few examples. So by promoting a sustainable art market with high ethical standards, we could be on the lead for the protection of cultural heritage of both third countries and member states. And I want to give you a clear example. We have a simple principle in the single market, which is the mutual recognition principle, also known as Cassis de Dijon. According to this principle, only lawfully manufactured or marketed goods in one member state can enjoy free movement in other member states. But this principle is already transposed only in some national legislations vis-à-vis cultural objects. These legislations, for example, provide that illegally exported cultural objects from the state of origin cannot legally circulate and be traded on the EU territory. This is, for example, the case in Germany or in France. So by stepping in with a kind of EU-wide criteria for due diligence to be exercised when offering a cultural good for sale, the EU would ensure, for instance, that there is no disparity in the level of protection of these goods among its member states. This would also be in the interest, or let's say our interest, for a greater transparency of commercial transactions, and will help increase legal certainty. And this is very much important, especially today with the online increasing transactions, in order to prevent that unfair competition for the offline art market is taking place. And coming back to the report of our directive that I mentioned before, one of the conclusions that we reached following the intense consultation that we had with the EU member state is precisely that an uniform understanding of the provisions of the directive should be promoted to ensure a greater impact to the well-functioning of the single market. To be concrete, this could be done by fostering exchange of best practices and a common interpretation of due diligence for professional art dealers and research on the concept of provenance. By defining a kind of common criteria on how to legally trade the cultural objects, we believe it will be easier to identify and so to fight illicit trafficking. And then in conclusion, let me say that linking the internal market information system that we set under our directive and the UNESCO database of national cultural heritage laws could be really a good example to bring useful results to all of us. Clearly, member states authorities need to get more information regarding each other national heritage legislation, and this can help the competent authorities to fight illicit trade more effectively, both at EU level, but also at global level. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. So we have a few minutes remaining, and I'd like to turn to Laith and ask you if you had one suggestion for UNESCO that you think would do the most good in preventing the exploitation of cultural property from Iraq, what would that suggestion be?
Well, thank you for this question. It's very important. We need, I think, more control for the market of the artifacts. You know, I think they have a huge space now freely to deal with the antiquities and the artifacts, which them from the looting sites and or looted from the sites. We need more control, of course. They work with us, the UNESCO and the Interpol and many of the organizations. And we have many objects. It will be returned, of course, in the future to Iraq. But I think we need more control in Europe and in America for these galleries, for example, or many of the institutions or many of the museums deal with these artifacts. They need more, they have to deal with the ethics of this matter, and they need more control to stop this looting.
Excellent. So that's obviously a very useful, concrete suggestion that we can apply. And I'd like to now ask Emmanuel Kassajerou for your thought. What would you like to recommend as a first priority step in the to prevent the illicit trade?
Merci de cette question. Je crois que
Well, thank you for the question. Well, what is developing is the relationships between museums. The idea that common databases can be created in order to be more effective and faster in the response. We already doing it, such as in the example of our German Friends Initiative, kind of inventory, general inventory being drawn up of items in Benin, for instance.
expertise could also be developed. It's very difficult to be an expert in everything, and very often we are up against a very large number of items, and sometimes when you have multiples which are all replicas, amongst those there might be an original. So it's the matter of knowing the difference between replicas and an item which is authentic. That is important also in the source countries. So what we need is a mutualization of the information, a pooling of the information, and expanding expertise.
And have you been approached by other museum directors who want to learn from you? Because we do have a very interesting and active movement of items back from Europe now to nations in Africa. And you're one of the people at the forefront of the colonial repatriation effort. How much contact have you had with other museum directors?
Nous avons un forum.
We have an informal forum for museum directors in Europe. This gives us a possibility to discuss these matters and to exchange information. I also set up a group around museum collections in Africa with meetings. Now, of course, at the moment, they are virtual like today. They are virtual meetings, but also some physical meetings, which allows us to get to know each other and to sound out the respective priorities. So making this more human, these human meetings are very constructive, because some of these matters are also very much a matter of trust, the trust we have in each other concerning certain types of information. So I think that these modest initiatives can help to fluidify information, and this should bring about a better impact on the management of illicit trafficking.
Yes, well, it must be a very interesting time in that for that particular area of museum management. So we'll be eager to hear more from you as time goes by. I would like now to turn to Kate Fitzgibbon and ask Kate, earlier, of course, you very understandably had some criticism of UNESCO, and in the interest of maybe attempting to arrive at a useful solution, what would be your number one suggestion for what UNESCO could tackle immediately that would work from your perspective?
Well, of course, what I mentioned about bringing art dealer organizations into the discussion so that they can obtain a more realistic perspective, because, you know, as any lawyer will tell you, a contract or an agreement that's not based on facts is not going to work. It's impossible. And so you start with the facts, you start with the real research. In terms of things that UNESCO can do that I think would be terrifically helpful, would be to also recognize that once there's a sensible starting point from which a provenance research and documentation can be expected, which, you know, as it happened in the trade, happened about, 2010, that was the first time that it really became not only important for legal reasons, but also because there was beginning to be a two-tier market at which items that were provenance and had documentation were worth more than ones that didn't. That's one step. But what I'd also really like to have UNESCO acknowledge is that there is technology available today that was never available before. Right now, if there are cameras, you take a picture of an object at an archaeological site and you can upload it to the cloud with GPS identification. You know, that sort of documentation, people may say, well, there's too much of it. There'd just be too many thousands of objects. That's essential, because once something is documented, it can't be stolen. I mean, I remember, God, it must have been 20, maybe even 30 years ago, the Tropen Museum in Amsterdam had a project that was taking computers and giving them to source country museums. And for the cost of about $30,000, they could give computers and training, and they could document the entire contents of many of these smaller museums, which are some of the most vulnerable. So you take that, you use that technology, you train people, you encourage documentation everywhere, and then you have a baseline beyond which you will know when an item is looted, because it's not going to be there, or because there's no documentation available. So let's open ourselves to these amazing technological possibilities that didn't exist before. And let's bring source country museums and source country archaeologists more and more into the picture. When people are relying on things like drone studies and looking at holes in the ground and creating absolutely ridiculous sort of non-scientific analyses based on counting the number of holes in the ground and trying to determine what the size of an object that might have been found in that hole relates to, how that relates to something sold at auction, let's get realistic. Let's document what's there. And that will bring us to a point of actually beginning to recover from this, to identify items that enter the market illegally, and we have a chance to solve the problem.
Well, thank you, Kate. I will have to admit readily that I'm not familiar with what kinds of, what degree such steps are in place. I imagine there are efforts to document, you know, the removal and the possible impact of, like you said, holes in the ground. But I believe that Lazare Eloudou is available to respond on behalf of UNESCO. And so why don't I give the floor to him, and he can certainly speak more intelligently than I can.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, thank you very much, Tom, for giving me the floor. I think indeed it was important to bring some clarification. I think this is, I'd say, an international, worldwide conference, which is historic because there haven't been any such conferences in the past. This conference is organized by UNESCO at a time when the organization and its 193 member states celebrate a tool which is recognized as important and useful. That is the 1970 convention.
And I believe that any criticism that is made about UNESCO actually concerns all 193 member states and all the professionals who are working for these member states every single day, sometimes in very difficult conditions, to protect and preserve cultural heritage. I believe that the presence on this panel of renowned experts, such as the president of Drouot, the president of the Musée du Quai Branly, the director of a very large museum in Baghdad, and many others, goes to show how crucial the question of illicit trafficking of cultural property is. And this is not to be taken lightly. It goes beyond simple considerations. It goes beyond facts and figures. They very directly concern the very identity of communities around the world. Today, these communities are facing extremely difficult situations, as we've seen in Iraq, and are trying to rebuild their identity, relying on these cultural artifacts which embody their history, but are also a pathway to the future. So that's a point that I wanted to make. And the fact that this conference is being organized in conjunction with the EU and the support of the 193 member states of UNESCO and our technical partners who support us, as well as our partners from the art world, just goes to show that we need to work together. We need to work together 50 years after the 1970 convention to ensure that we can preserve cultural heritage and also safeguard all those who work in keeping with due diligence. And I believe that the speakers on this panel would agree that it's important to continue to remain vigilant and work together in this direction. And I would call on all professionals, even those who disagree with UNESCO and its member states and experts from around the world who are present today, to continue to work together. This is the beginning of a dialogue. We chose to organize this dialogue and we wish to continue in this direction. Indeed, we are looking to protect diversity in the world and ensure that societies and cultures are respected globally. And I believe, and that is the message that I'd like to stress today, it's important to understand that we need to put up a united front and strengthen capacity in various countries. Now, we talked about the importance of checks, the importance of cooperation. We talked about vigilance when it comes to provenance. We talked about a uniform approach to legislation. We talked about cooperation and agreements to fight against illicit trafficking of cultural property. Now, some say that technology is crucial and that it's a silver bullet of sorts, but not all countries are on an equal footing when it comes to technology. Now, the arts market and those who may not agree with governments and experts need to understand this. If we want to reach a solution, we need to work together. I urge you, let's go beyond minor disagreements on how numbers can be interpreted. The question goes beyond statistics, and this is the message that member states have been trying to convey for the last few years. This question is at the very heart of all member states' concerns, with the support of experts. So I would like to extend my warmest thanks to our partners, to all the experts who agreed to be here today and who are helping us move towards a solution. Let's look to the future. That is really what I want to underline. Let's look to the future together and continue to fight against the illicit trafficking of cultural property, illicit trafficking. That is the message that I want to emphasize, and we do hope that we will continue to work towards this goal together. This is just an initial conference. We will continue to organize such events, and we will continue to invite all partners to the table. And as Emmanuel Casareu was saying, we organized this virtually today, but we hope that we'll be able to meet in person next time, because it's important too to better understand each other, to understand where others are coming from. And so that is what I wanted to respond as regards comments that were made on UNESCO. It's not UNESCO, really, it's the international community as a whole that today is tackling this illicit trafficking. Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you very much, Lazare. And I think we'll finish up now. I just wanted to praise everyone and compliment you all for very interesting and succinct answers. I really feel like a lot of interesting suggestions have been put on the table. And I think we're ending on a very good note of future cooperation. So I'd like to just thank you all. And as just a side note, one of our participants, Matthew Bogdanos, was not able to make it today. Apparently he's involved in a seizure of some form. And I guess we'll just have to stay tuned for more information on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
And we'll
Tom.
see you all soon.
Thank you very much.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm back, and thank you all for being here. We'll get started now with our third panel. I hope my voice will hold out, so please bear with me. Our panel for the next hour and a half is on the topic of challenges regarding new technologies in the fight against illicit trafficking in cultural property. And we have, so let me please introduce the issue. Very simply said, the expanding world of internet commerce has created new opportunities for criminal abuse of the antiquities market. And social media has provided traffickers with the means to communicate and sell anonymously online, to loot items like mummies and mosaics to order based on the specific requests of buyers and dealers. It also allows these dealers to set up profitable bidding wars and transact payments secretly and globally. Of course, many efforts have been made and are being made to assess the size of this secretive market and to counter it. Giant platforms like WhatsApp, eBay, Etsy, and of course, Facebook have outlined policies that seek to bar such trade. And of course, while the extent of the market is not known, there are groups like ATHAR, the Antiquities Trafficking and Heritage Anthropology Research Project, that have reported that numerous traffickers are using the internet and Facebook in particular to loot and sell antiquities from conflict zones like Afghanistan, Syria, and North Africa. And we are fortunate once again to have a wide-ranging panel of experts on the legal aspect of the global trade. And once again, in the first round, I will introduce each expert as we proceed. And in some instances, I will make it known that they have a video presentation or PowerPoint. And once they've presented for 4 to 5 minutes, we'll introduce a second round where we can have some back and forth on areas of agreement and disagreement, and of course, pronounce the kinds of solutions and steps forward that we hope to generate from this panel. So thank you all very much. And let me check my schedule here, if you please. And so I'm going to begin with Katie Paul. Katie Paul is an anthropologist based in Washington and co-director, along with Amir Al-Azam, of the Athar project that I just mentioned, which focuses on curbing illegal trafficking of cultural property. And her work in exposing how social media has fueled this problem has gained international attention and prompted reforms. And so, Katie, I understand you have a presentation, and the question for you, of course, is what is the scale of this illicit trafficking that you've witnessed online? And perhaps you can add how it has spread since the outbreak of the COVID pandemic.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Tom, for getting everything in line. I know you have a lot of unwieldy comments to rein in, and you're doing a wonderful job.
My eyes keep going back and forth, but thank you.
So I have a presentation that I think is going to be put up on the screen. There we go. And this is just looking at the issue of antiquities trafficking on Facebook, although I'm not sure if the clicker is going to work. But ultimately, over the past decade, the issue of illicit antiquities trafficking across the Arab world has grown significantly on social media, and particularly in countries in conflict. We've identified and continue to monitor through the Athar project 130 Facebook groups that are dedicated to antiquities trafficking and looting on Facebook, many of them in the Arab world. These groups collectively have roughly 3 million members engaged in the illicit looting or trafficking of cultural property. They are growing at such a significant rate that during the height of the COVID lockdowns in the spring of 2020, Athar observed one group gain over 100,000 new members in less than 1 month. That current group has nearly 500,000 members alone, all posting every few minutes images of looting and trafficking of antiquities. The individuals engaged in trafficking in conflict zones include militants, meaning that this is not just an issue of trafficking, but of social media platforms serving as a critical tool for criminals and militants to commit war crimes. The photos and videos across these platforms serve as important evidence of war crimes, and social media has been used to prosecute heritage crimes in the past. But despite this, big tech companies like Facebook refuse to commit to preserving this evidence and will delete content that's reported to them rather than archiving the evidence. This is one of the many reasons the Athar project has spent the past 3 years carefully documenting screenshots of this evidence. And we don't believe that a company should both help criminals commit trafficking crimes and then help them clean up their tracks by erasing evidence from their systems. As many of you know, Athar project, along with UNESCO, pushed Facebook to create a policy that banned the illicit antiquities trade, which Facebook did in 2020. But the policy did not exist despite the trade being illegal in many countries. It did not exist until last year. We were pleased when Facebook created a policy that banned the sale of antiquities entirely on Facebook, but like so many other serious crimes committed on the platform, the policy has been ineffective because of the company's failure to enforce it. So why does it matter whether or not Facebook enforces their own policy on the issue? Aside from aiding and abetting criminal activity, we found that Facebook, along with other companies like YouTube, are actually profiting from this illicit activity, running advertisements that either sell antiquities flying in the face of their policy, or profit from listings trafficking antiquities online. Much of the material trafficked on Facebook mirrors what is seen in the wider antiquities market from countries in conflict. But this is not just a threat in the Middle East and North Africa. A platform that connects the world also connects the world for traffickers. And we are monitoring artifacts being trafficked from countries in Asia, like Thailand and Indonesia, countries in Europe, like Ukraine, and are increasingly, unfortunately, seeing material like Gandhar and Buddhas offered for sale in Facebook groups dedicated specifically to illicit trafficking. This is a trend we're monitoring closely and expect to see increase over the coming months. And we will be keeping everybody updated on that. Addressing an issue like antiquities trafficking that is occurring on such a large scale in the world on the world's largest and most powerful social media platform can be a daunting task. But on the ground efforts by heritage experts in countries like Libya, who are learning how to monitor this trade, have had a significant impact on stopping priceless pieces of heritage before they leave countries. Recently, artifacts that had been stolen from the UNESCO's World Heritage Site of Cyrene in Libya and trafficked on Facebook in August of 2020 were seized in the winter of 2020 by Libyan authorities before they left the country. This is also an important aspect of monitoring this trade because it gives the opportunity to monitor artifacts as they're being looted and trafficked and hopefully stop them before they leave the country's borders. But efforts on the ground are not enough to dent the scale of the illegal trade that's been occurring thanks to Facebook. This is where international political pressure on companies like Facebook and YouTube is critical to impacting the illicit trade. And we hope that UNESCO will consider looking for international efforts as we move forward. And I'm sorry, it looks like my PowerPoint clicker wasn't working there, but I'm happy to share with anybody who needs.
No, thank you. That was extremely helpful. Maybe I'll just follow up very quickly. I know that there has been criticism of the reports about the magnitude of this trade, and I'd just like you to respond to that, if, you know, as quickly as you can.
One of the fascinating things about a platform that has roughly a third of the world's population is that you're really seeing activity in its purest form. I mean, we see artifacts frequently being offered while they're still in the ground to avoid putting in labor before there's a sale that's been made. And just in the past year alone, we've identified artifacts as large as coffins. Working with the British Museum's Circulating Artifacts Project, we've identified at least a dozen Egyptian coffins offered for sale on the platform. And this is just in a handful of groups from a handful of users on a platform where we're seeing Facebook groups with the scale of 500,000 members that are dedicated to looting and trafficking. So it's really a massive issue. And just doing our manual recording over the past 3 years, we've recorded at least 7,000 posts offering illicit artifacts for sale across the MENA region. Now, some of these are, of course, fake artifacts, but we do often see fake artifacts mixed in with lots of real artifacts to try to both expand the sale and create plausible deniability when artifacts are seized at customs.
Excellent. Well, thank you for setting the stage for this very interesting topic. I'd like to turn now to Vincent Michel, who is an archaeologist and professor of art history and archaeology at the University of Poitiers in France. And he is director of the French Archaeological Mission in Libya and an expert on the fight against looting and trafficking from the Middle East. And Vincent, I know you have quite a lot of input. I did want to ask you about a problem outlined by Athar and other groups, which is the idea that local people in countries in conflict, Libya and Egypt, for example, are being recruited and trained to loot sites that are perhaps underprotected because of the pandemic, and that's becoming a way for those people to perhaps earn money, but obviously to the detriment of those sites. Oops.
Yes, yes, indeed. Maybe we could display the PowerPoint. Right, apparently the slides aren't moving. Ah, right, it's working now. There's a bit of a lag. Yes, it's important to go to the heart of our concerns, and I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak as an archaeologist and an Orientalist. There is more and more destruction, looting and theft, and a lot of this is irreversible. And here I'm talking as an archaeologist, and the only intention is to make money. And what we see is that all artifacts can be potentially trafficked for their financial value, their rarity. But the big question is, will they be recognized? Will they be recognized when they reach the legal art market? How to distinguish these legal objects? And the main difficulty isn't so much due to the objects that have been stolen because from museums, etc., because usually there are inventories, it's all listed, and all this is then sent to the Interpol databases, so potentially could be recovered. Although the history can sometimes be changed. But the main problem is looting. It has been said since the beginning of the meeting. So you have these orphan objects as well. So outside excavations, which are well documented, once the looted objects are exported to the art market, it becomes extremely difficult to recognize their origin. These objects have no history, no provenance. They've been cut off from their archaeological contexts. Clandestine excavations don't need very much sophisticated equipment. Like metal detectors, it's very easy to find tutorials on the web. Just a couple of clicks away from being able to do the work. Now, if law enforcement and justice can be mobilized, you need to protect the art market from all sorts of predators, because the art market is very vulnerable. And as Lazare was saying, we have to be aware who the enemy is. There are these people who have not checked the provenance and the origin of these objects. So it's a matter of traceability. And this varies considerably because the possibility to keep the collectors anonymous and that sort of thing means that the history is a little fragmented and can be easily falsified. So an illegally acquired object will seek to acquire a provenance which will then be reproduced through auctions and other sales. So searching for authenticity certificates, which might be counterfeit, or methods going through offshore companies, there are very many ways of going about it, and unfortunately, very often successfully so. There are illegal commercial transactions in order to bring in items which are the result of looting. Who will really seek to check exactly what happens? And a new pedigree is then attached to the objects. The item being linked to an authentic collection, maybe a dealer who is totally trustworthy. So the whole history becomes opaque, and this is done by multiplying the number of intermediaries, changing the history also, so that it's impossible to trace the origin, which is the looting. So in France, we have made some quite interesting discoveries. because the traffickers basically rely on the naivety of the dealers. So there has to be a fully coordinated reaction to this, and I hope that that will be one of the outcomes of today's meeting.
Excellent. I might just ask quickly, what have you seen with your own eyes on the ground in terms of this this kind of growth in looting for that kind of profit?
Well, you can no longer ignore the facts. It's not a matter of overestimating or underestimating, but let us move away from figures. I'm an archaeologist. Now, of course, there are security and health matters, but I do see these holes which didn't exist previously, or at least there weren't as many of them, which means that objects have been looted. There are more and more objects, metal objects mainly. So there is the tip of the iceberg. And from there, you can attempt to measure the scope of what is going on. You mustn't be in denial, and you really have to deploy every effort to try and find out exactly what the situation is. Some people are doing excellent work, and we have data now, not only on theft, but also the looting.
Well, that's very good information. I'm sure that everyone listening would like to see the data because that's how you be obviously crucial to making your argument. So let me now switch to Monsieur Henri Paul. I hope if he's. Are you there?
Oui, oui.
Henri?
Vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me?
Well, so Henri Paul is an attorney and the president of the Conseil des ventes volontaires de meubles aux enchères publiques, the regulating authority for the auction market in France. And so, Henri, what practices and procedures are you putting in place to make sure that these new technologies are not used to evade the rules governing the proper sale of cultural objects?
Alors, il y a peut-être plusieurs.
No, I could answer at several levels. First of all, we have absolutely no power vis-à-vis Facebook or any other similar platform. Furthermore, our business is auctioning, also auction platform, which are run by professionals. So the Conseil des Ventes, which I chair, which is a regulatory body made up of various members, our body must check that prudential rules, good practices are applied by the operators. And the Conseil des Ventes can issue rules of ethics and, if necessary, carry out investigations and prosecute if a sale is not in keeping with the legislation. Now, this is a French specificity. So in France, we have a very strong regulation. We also have a cultural property enforcement system, but we also have a regulatory body. So honestly, in France, I'm not quite sure what further controls could be imagined. This to say that our system is quite well protected. And we haven't seen any works which would be the result of illicit trafficking being auctioned. Though our friend the archaeologist just said that there's been a strong increase, but we do not see any instances. And indeed, it is true that there are risks, but maybe these risks concern other markets, possibly sales between private individuals or dealers who are confronted with illicitly acquired property. And may I add that the European Union does protect itself against trafficking cultural property. So Europe protects itself. So maybe the danger lies outside in some countries which do not have the same level of protection.
Very interesting. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Good to hear from you. Let me turn to Marcelo El Haibi, who is he is the a lawyer with the Argentine Federal Police and is head of its Cultural Heritage Protection Department. And he has been combating illicit trafficking since 1998. And so I'd like to ask you, Marcelo, how have new technologies, and in particular online platforms, made your job more difficult? What kind of cases are you seeing?
Well, first of all, good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for the invitation to this event. I've had a lot of friends here that I haven't seen for a while, personally, that is. And to answer your question, now, of course, new technologies are undoubtedly advancing by leaps and bounds and present a challenge to law enforcement officials. We live in a globalized world where telecommunications have both changed the way we interact with one another and have also been used for illicit trafficking by transnational criminal networks around the world. Online platforms have experienced exponential growth, especially during the period of isolation brought about by the global COVID-19 pandemic. In Argentina, e-commerce grew by 124% in 2020 compared to the previous year, according to data from the Argentine Chamber of Electronic Commerce. Moreover, social networks have also become mediators between the market and customers. Ultimately, alongside this licit trade, an informal market for all kinds of goods has been generated, especially those corresponding to cultural heritage. As a result, police officers have had to adapt to this incipient paradigm, adapting human and technical resources accordingly. In this regard, in addition to continuing with traditional field investigations, we have increased the monitoring of different websites, of auction houses, art galleries, are antique dealers, as well as online trading platforms and social networks. In addition, cooperation and information exchange agreements have been signed with important companies, which has allowed for greater speed and effectiveness in combating this illicit market. A recent successful case was the recovery of more than 100 archaeological pieces in an Argentinian province, protected by our internal legislation. Investigators noticed that through a well-known social network, groups of detectives were searching for and extracting archaeological artifacts in various archaeological sites. They were publishing videos of their discoveries, and in this ways were promoting this illegal practice on the internet, while at the same time, they were clearly affecting the national cultural heritage. Thus, after an investigation, the leader of this group was identified and the pieces that were extracted from the protected sites were recovered. A diary was also seized, which contained a detailed georeferencing of each place that was plundered, as well as a map showing the places where important battles and places of interest took place, due to the fact that the person involved had extensive knowledge of history. In total, from the beginning of the pandemic to date, the Cultural Heritage Protection Department has managed to detect and seize more than 400 cultural goods through web platforms or social networks and media, where they were illegally traded, which are composed of archaeological and paleontological goods, historical documents, numismatic pieces, among others. Likewise, more than 880 of these types of goods have been returned to their country of institution of origin.
That's very interesting. I'm sure that many people will be curious to know what kind of techniques you're using in order to identify and perhaps arrest or otherwise prevent these looters from continuing. So I'm sorry, go ahead if you have a few thoughts on that.
Well, in the first place, we use, well, social media, social network. We do a deep dive on them about particular people we have identified as suspicious, yeah, in this kind of activity. And also, we use all technology we have available for any other type of crime, right? In order to arrest or even detain these people, we do an intelligence analysis of the elements that were dug out in order to carry out our investigation.
Very good, thank you. So we've heard an interesting variety of concerns and problems raised, and I think now it'd be interesting to hear from Wolfgang Weber, who is the global head of regulatory policy at eBay, and he's based in Germany, and who's very familiar with these concerns. And Wolfgang, how can vast online platforms like eBay and others, because it's certainly not just eBay, combat this kind of illicit trafficking? Can you give us an example of the practices that you've used in order to interrupt a sale and alert the authorities?
Yeah, sure. First off, thank you very much for having me, Tom, and thank you for UNESCO for inviting me. I found the previous presentations super interesting, particularly the one provided by Katie from the Alpha project. And I think as a start, it might be valuable for participants here to get a little understanding of what vast online platform really means, because the thing is, compared to Facebook was mentioned before, for example, eBay is small, but small is still really big, because any given time we have 1.5 billion listings on our platform. In terms of geographic coverage, we have 4 major markets. It's US, UK, Germany, and Australia. And so it's still a big size. And I think what differentiates us from other internet companies as well is that we have been around for quite a while. We just, on Labor Day, we had our 26th anniversary. So, we have seen e-commerce right from the start. And this is also a good thing. So I joined eBay back in 2003, by the way, because this long period has allowed us to learn and adopt a lot. So we have seen many issues raising, and when it comes to trafficking of cultural goods, I can probably go back to 2008 when I was approached by German state ecologists who raised similar concerns that has been raised by Vincent in his speech, because back then the issue was hobby ecologists are doing illicit excavation using metal detectors, digging out cultural artifacts and destroying the context, which is more often than not, more important than the item itself, right? And so for us, it was important to understand that there is an issue, right? Because eBay is a horizontal marketplace, and we do not own or control anything that is offered on the marketplace. And so for us, it's really, really important and critical to cooperate with authorities and experts, because we can't be experts in all areas. Because there are chemical regulations out there, there are weapons regulations out there, there is product safety regulations out there. It's like if you're working for a pharmaceutical company, you have to comply with pharmaceutical compliance regulations, and you're done. And even if this is a big area, it's limited. An online marketplace that is horizontal has to deal with all kinds of regulations of what is offered on that marketplace. And so we have no other choice than working together with authorities. At least that was our approach, and that is our ethos. Other internet companies might follow different approaches. I can't speak on behalf of them. But what was really helpful when the German state ecologists approached us was that they were willing to cooperate with us. And that was, I think, the start of everything, because they brought in the expert knowledge. They knew everything about pedigrees, about fake pedigrees, about provenance, about bad sellers, bad actors, good actors, collectors. And we had the technical knowledge. So we agreed on a cooperation. That is, by the way, still going on. However, in 2008, it took only, I would say, about 4 weeks for us to come to a state where at least the state ecologists felt like, oh, we have achieved a significant success, because they monitored the marketplace and reported listings to us where they did not receive sufficient pedigrees and documentation from the seller. We educated the sellers that this is required in order to sell their item on the eBay marketplace, and sellers learned quickly. Back in 2008, Facebook was not relevant, but I assume many of those sellers are have moved, to other places, such as social networks, which is, by the way, a trend that we see in other areas as well. So, a related area, and what I've heard here today really reminds me on what is going on in the area of species protection. Species protection is an area where there are very difficult and complex regulations. The CITES treaty is not there for species protection, it's there to regulate trade. I think that is really important to understand. And for us, it was a similar challenge. And one thing we did back in 2008, we banned ivory. And this is, by the way, a nexus to culture goods, because there are many culture goods made out of ivory. And we do not allow those items, regardless if they're legitimate or not from a culture perspective. Simply, we say we do not allow ivory. But still, it was a huge challenge to make progress in that space. And so we started cooperations with WWF, Traffic, and International Fund for Animal Welfare, which at the end resulted in a coalition to end wildlife trafficking online. And I think this is a really good example that shows how an industry-wide initiative can have a real impact, because members of these coalitions
We'll give Wolfgang a second to come back to us.
Really, really helpful.
Here he is.
I'm sorry, did I hear a question?
Oh, we lost you just for a second, but you're back.
Okay.
You made an interesting point. I just wanted to ask whether you could envision that kind of similar coalition with regard to antiquities trade. It seems like it would be a very logical way to go.
I think that would be really something we should look into it. Because one thing, I attended many conferences now, and we have a long-standing cooperation, for example, with UNESCO. And this is important to mention to answer your question: what did we exactly do to, tackle the issue? We have established cooperation with like UNESCO, the U.S. State Department, with the Egyptian embassy to the US, who has reported non-compliant listings to us, with the Peruvian authority, and with Interpol, of course, and many others. But these are quite often one-offs, right? They find that there is something offered that's not okay. They know how to contact us, we take action, and we help even with looping in local authorities. We had nice success cases where items then were seized from the seller and could be brought back. But this is really not like a sustainable approach. So setting up a coalition like we had in the area of species protection, wildlife protection, is really something that could bring the issue forward, because and this is another thing. It was 2015 that I attended a conference that was organized by the US State Department in New York. And the Department of Homeland Security published evidence that ISIS back then was using trafficking of culture goods for terrorist financing. And there was huge concern that these items are sold on the internet and elsewhere. But even then, when there was really a high interest from non-culture goods related authorities, because it was related to national security, there was not so much progress. And for me, it's like a question: is it because there is not enough going on? It's not an issue, or is it simply because not the right people, not the right companies and authorities have worked together? What I heard from Katie now, it seems to me that there is an issue that needs to be addressed. And so a coalition that would bring in together all the major players, that could be really a valuable thing.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that. I'd like to now introduce Corrado Catesi, who is extremely well experienced in this field. He's a lieutenant colonel in the Italian Carabinieri Corps and the Interpol Works of Art Unit Coordinator. He spent at least 16 years fighting the illicit traffic in cultural property at both the national and international levels. And Corrado, I'd like to give the floor to you because I know you have a lot to tell us about the efforts that Interpol has made, particularly with your Art ID app and your other forms of databases and electronic monitoring efforts. So please tell us what kinds of solutions you've seen that you would recommend be used in a more widespread manner.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, very well.
Thank you very much. I have a presentation, if it's possible to share it with the participants. But first of all, I would like, allow me to thank the organizer, especially UNESCO, to invite Interpol to speak, to present our tool in this key conference to improve the fight against the illicit traffic of cultural property. Before moving in our project, in our mobile application, before talking about ADR, allow me to share some data because during all panels we were talking about missing data on the illicit traffic of cultural property. And before talking about these numbers, I have to highlight that these are the numbers linked to the crimes committed and reported as committed by 72 Interpol member countries and committed in 2020. During the lockdown, during this period were reported more than 9,000 offenses against criminal cultural property and more than 35,000 items were stolen. But the number that is most important to highlight is the number of the seized stolen objects. From the seized stolen objects by law enforcement, it means by police and customs, are more than 854,000 items. It means that the incredible number, we're not talking about the objects stolen during the 2020, but we're talking about objects stolen and illicitly excavated during the previous time. Now, to fight the illicit traffic of cultural property, because all stakeholders of their market needs to have a tool, practical tool to fight the illicit traffic of cultural property, to use it in the field. On the 6th of May, I don't know if I was able to move the second slide of my presentation. If it's possible to do it, I will appreciate. During, on 6 May, we launched the first Interpol mobile application called the IDR. IDR is not access controlled. It's in the 4 official Interpol languages. It means Arabic, English, French, and Spanish. And it may be downloaded by the general public and by the law enforcement as well. You can, everyone can use it anytime, anywhere. Of course, to check against the Interpol stolen works of art database, because the mobile application gives the access to the Interpol stolen works of art database, you need to have the internet connection. But to use a specific part called My Inventory, you don't need to have internet connection. And with the mobile application, what you can do is first to search against the Interpol database with a manual search, but also with a visual search. Taking a photo of the object in front of you, you can see if the object was reported as stolen to Interpol by its member countries. But also with the My Inventory, you can inventorize your own collections. Before we were talking about the lack of inventories. We were talking about the need to have private, public collection inventorized. Now the Interpol mobile application gives the possibility to all people worldwide, public and private users, to inventorize your own collection. So we are not talking about only to inventorize a Picasso, Van Gogh, or important piece of art, but all objects of art that can be stolen and put in the illicit market. And also, due to the lack of tools to report information on crisis situations, we create an international standard called site card to report information on cultural areas, cultural building during and after crisis situation. All people worldwide, if they are in a crisis situation zone, can report information to the police, to the government, to Interpol about crisis situation, about what is happening in a specific area, hit by natural disaster, by war, by a battle, by a terrorist attacks. Thanks to that, we were able for free to give the possibility to everybody to have in their pockets the 52,000 reported stolen objects of art. Nobody can say today we don't have the tools to check in a flea market if an object was stolen or was reported as a stolen. Of course, if an object is not a positive, will not receive a positivity, it doesn't mean that the object was not stolen. But for sure, is a minimum that everybody should do before buying an object of art, as remembered by the Article 4 of the UNIDROIT Convention. And really wants to highlight that no Interpol will not have controls on the actions taken by the users, is not access controlled. The only things that in Interpol we can do, and we do of course, is to know the number of download, where is used, which kind of activities are done by the mobile application, but nothing more. Now, if you can, coming back and you cannot share this slide, please, Tom. And well, the mobile application is answering to the need that everybody has to check before buying an object, to record the data on your private and public collection, to send information on cultural heritage site hit by crisis situation. We already had 4 positive cases, and I'm very happy to say that where these cases were coming from specialized police unit, like it was in Italy, in Spanish, and the Netherlands, but also in Romania by an owner of an auction house that before putting on sale their objects of art that were of course already ready, sorry for the games of the world, to be sold, he checked against the Interpol database through the mobile application, and he had a positive hit, and already the object that was stolen, reported as stolen to Interpol, was already given back to the community. It means that, of course, the mobile application is not the full solution, but for sure will help all people that want to be out of the not correct part on this file. Absolutely. The mobile application will give to everybody the possibility to be in the correct place and to, at minimum, to answer to the concept of the due diligence. Well, for this reason, I would like to invite everyone who is listening, who is participating to this conference, to download and especially to use the mobile application, to inventorize your own collection, because when, and we hope not, but if someone, private or public owner, will be victim of a theft, thanks the object ID did with the mobile application, he can send this information to the police, asking that to put this information in the Interpol database. Thanks, Tom.
Very interesting. Thank you. That is so interesting. Does your technology include a sort of like a recognition kind of technology, so that, you know, a photo that doesn't match exactly an item can be matched up with the actual item?
Exactly. There is a visual search, a software of visual recognition that, of course, in the term of use that all users will accept, is written very clear. For us, the best way to check with the mobile application is the manual search. The visual search is something very useful, very fast, and sometimes we need to do. But what we recommend to everybody is to do the manual search. The mobile application is very, very friendly for everybody.
Very interesting. So it sounds like you certainly have some technology that would benefit many other agencies. And I don't know if it's proprietary, but perhaps it can be eventually be made available more broadly. And it might even be something that, I don't know, Wolfgang could speak to this, but it might be something that a site like eBay could use as maybe a sort of a screening mechanism to see if an item that somebody posts in the antiquities section maybe would pop up or be flagged because it was similar to an item in the Interpol database. Just a thought.
We encourage everybody.
Maybe Tom, if I could answer to that, because I think it's interesting, and we do have technology in place, a filter algorithm to block non-compliant listings. One of our key challenges is, of course, that we do have listings only. So that means a seller creates an item description, adds a picture, and we don't know what he is selling, right? And so it's really difficult for us to do the analysis of those 1.5 million listings in order to determine whether what is sold, and then to determine whether it's compliant or not. And this is really general, not only related to culture goods. Still, we block more than, or we have blocked more than 280 million listings in 2020 that were violating our prohibited items policies. So we do a lot behind the scenes in order to keep non-compliant stuff off the site. But we also know, and that might be, interesting, when it comes to the technology developed by Interpol. So we do know that there are authorities out there who scrape the internet in order to identify non-compliant content. These scraping machines might be something that could be a better approach, because for us, it's difficult. So if we don't block an item, but we, let's say, flag an item for review, we then need to have the expert knowledge in order to understand whether the item is compliant or not. And when it comes to culture goods, one of the key questions is, of course, the pedigree and the background. And this is for us really, really hard to tell. However, authorities do have intelligence on what has been recently stolen, on what has been recently illegally excavated and things like that. And so it might be approached. So the technology of scraping the internet, and not only eBay, but it's really the internet, is used by tax authorities to detect tax evasion. But it's also used in the area of food safety to identify offerings on the internet of non-compliant food and food supplements in particular.
Well, let me just finish by asking, I'm sorry that it's such a very interesting panel, and I'm afraid we're running short of time, but let me just ask Katie to give some thoughts on how her organization could cooperate with online platforms to alleviate this problem.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I think that there are several issues we need to take in mind, both in e-commerce platforms and social media. The first is it's important to demonetize illicit trade. So for instance, on YouTube, a trafficker can post a video of an object, and if that object is monetized, it means that even if they don't actually sell the item, they're profiting from that sale, and so is the platform that's hosting it. So demonetizing illicit trade, whether we're talking about antiquities or trafficked wildlife or environmental crimes, is incredibly important. I think there's also a need for these tech companies to hire more human moderators. And a new report from NYU's Stern Center for Business and Human Rights that was released this weekend found that tech companies need to double the number of human moderators to effectively address illicit content on the platforms and stop outsourcing those moderation practices to third-party companies. This is something that's very important. And as part of that broader issue, something that we've advocated for from the Athar Project and our colleagues at the Alliance to Counter Crime Online, is that, as you've seen today, there are lots of people who are experts in understanding these illicit trades and how they're being used through these technology platforms. These are the kind of experts that tech companies should be tapping, not for a PR blitz or something like that, but actually tapping their expertise to address these problems because they know the ins and outs of these illicit trades and can most effectively address them. The fact that these individuals are out there, we continue to see reports showing this stuff, and that these companies are not hiring those kind of experts shows a lack of will rather than a lack of ability to address that side of the problem. I think one of the other issues
I have to cut you off with apologies. We're sticking to this schedule, and so I know there's much more to say, and I hope that you continue the dialogue with Wolfgang and others. I think that would be obviously a great place to start as we try to drill down a bit more and find solutions. Clearly, we all have awareness of problems and awareness of solutions, so bringing them together is, I guess, our number one priority. I do need to mention that there's a brief video from Sophie Delpierre from the International Council of Museums that I believe will play between this panel and the closing panel. Just want, if you wanted to have a quick look at that. And let me just thank you all. And again, apologies for interrupting such an interesting panel. You've all been marvelous, and we'll just have to do it again sometime. All right, so thank you again.
Inventories are essential for the protection of cultural objects. Museum professionals around the world are experts in inventorying heritage, and description is key to their work. A correct description protects and gives context to an object. It also helps in case of theft or a disaster, and recent technological advancements are allowing for the digitization of inventories. ICOM advises that global community embrace these advances as one tool in an arsenal to fight illicit trafficking, but they should not be viewed as a universal resolution to this problem. They are instruments for sharing the knowledge and best practices of the experts. The illicit trafficking is a complex phenomenon to understand and fight. If we are to have any success in restraining it, museum expertise must be recognized as part of the solution.
Well, very good. That closes our panel on new technologies in the fight against trafficking. And again, thank you all for attending.
Inventories are essential for the protection of cultural objects. Museum professionals around the world are experts in inventorying heritage, and description is key to their work. A correct description protects and gives context to an object. It also helps in case of theft or a disaster, and recent technological advancements are allowing for the digitization of inventories. ICOM advises that global community embrace these advances as one tool in an arsenal to fight illicit trafficking, but they should not be viewed as a universal resolution to this problem. They are instruments for sharing the knowledge and best practices of the experts. The illicit trafficking is a complex phenomenon to understand and fight. If we are to have any success in restraining it, museum expertise must be recognized as part of the solution.
everyone. Are you all still there? If you can hear me, we have a little extra time, and I apologize for dragging you back into this after concluding it prematurely, but we do have a little extra time. So why don't I go around and ask each one of you, starting with Marcelo, what would be your number one suggestion as a result of what you've heard today and your own experience to aid UNESCO in its goal of curtailing online trafficking?
Well, I believe that the key here lies in working together in conjunction with other different international organisms. Due to its complexity, it is necessary for other people from other disciplines to intervene, paleontologists, historians, art historians, and of course, police enforcement. Altogether, we can have this conjunct activity to come out to the result that we want, really, that's the investigation. And we have also mentioned inventory, which is essential to have, and a very good source of information that we use constantly. It's
All right, very good. Yes, so
businesses.
inventories. I think everyone's mentioned the need for inventories. And that's clearly a great place to begin. I'm sorry, continue. I just wanted to chime in.
Yes, we want to mention Wolfgang that represents a business, and a lot of people really tell these companies and businesses not to publish these objects that we believe to be illegal, but we would not advise to tell companies that own sale platform to prohibit the sales of cultural goods, as it is another source of investigation and research. And in this case, we can have better control of the market and know what is being offered for sale and the quality of the objects.
Very good. Vincent, what would you like to see come from of this conference? What would be the first thing on your agenda?
Il y en a tellement.
Well, I've got so many. Don't know which one to choose. Obviously, you have to have documentary records. You have to have inventories of the different works of art. You have to know what heritage has been lost. But I'd like to say that the role of experts is of essential importance. You've got the investigators, police, and customs force, and that's what they need. They need to have the expertise so that they can get the documentary evidence upstream, so that they can be whistleblowers, or they can have people downstream with the evidence. Look at what we've done with Pandora and Athena, because this made it possible to get together, you could almost say in the same room, the investigating forces, the police and the art experts. I think we need to reorient the way people are working. The different players are there, but we have to have different relationships with museum curators, archaeologists, teachers, researchers, people who are experts in heritage and culture. I think we have a vast resource of experts and knowledge there that we need to rally. Of course, nobody has time. The investigators don't, the police don't, the judges don't, the archaeologists don't. No one has the time. But this is a priority action, and it must be seen as a priority. We have to establish links, personal links, and work this way. And what's really important is to is to get students involved. Now, I'm a teacher, and I can tell you that we really need to have the possibility of getting students put their research and work to the profit of our work to combat illicit trafficking, because the students are there and they can draw up documentary records on illegal practices. They can draw up references on types of objects which are threatened, and they can go off and check out on the sites in the source countries. And they can even give us details on illicit trafficking, because it changes all the time. It depends on the conflicts and the way wealth moves around, and also in terms of legal restrictions that might be introduced. It is quite clear that we need to have specialists, and we have to really be very sharp so that we can establish the identity of what we're after. But often, only too often, it ends up being random work. It's just by chance that we find objects. Well, sometimes we get good results, but we can be more efficient.
A very interesting idea, kind of a rapid response team involving students and professionals, perhaps exchanging information in real time so that problems can be attacked almost as soon as they arise, and instead of kind of delays, unfortunate delays, allowing items to make their way into the illegal market. Corrado, how about yourself? What would be your strongest recommendation to UNESCO?
Thank you for the question. Are you able to see me? To hear me?
Yes, yes, very well.
Oh, thanks, because I'm not able to see me. I think that on the field we have a great international and regional cooperation among all international organizations. We have also incredible international tools like the Red List of ICOM, the Law Database of UNESCO. We have an Archeo platform to work with experts. We have really great instruments to work together. However, we need to move forward, because as I showed you before with the number, even if we're coming only from 72 member countries, the illicit traffic of cultural property is dealt directly by organized criminal groups. And this is not Corrado to tell about it, but are the Interpol's member countries, and also terrorism, as highlighted by the United Nations Security Council resolution. We need to move forward. We need to improve our capabilities. How to do it? We need to, as I told you, we need to really to make a step forward. So we need to use the new technologies that are in place to strengthen our collaboration and to identify and dismantle organized criminal groups that are working in this field, as well as terrorism. How to do it? We and UNESCO are working in a project to try to make this step real, concrete. Of course, it will be a pilot project that will use all new technologies to identify what is it really in the market, to try to trace this object from who is coming from. Of course, it will be a very strong project, an international project, that it will be the way to change the rules in this fight, and to follow the criminals, to identify them, and to dismantle all of these guys.
Excellent. Well, it would be quite interesting to see one of these gangs brought down and sort of kind of reverse engineer what their procedures are. It would be very enlightening. Thank you for that. Wolfgang, what about yourself? What is your top priority emerging from our conference?
I got many inspirations. I will definitely follow up with some of the panelists to learn more about what they are doing. And I also would be highly interested if we could replicate what we've done in the Coalition to End Wildlife Trafficking online in the area of antiquities trafficking. Another thing is it would be fantastic if we could replicate the cooperation with German state ecologists in other countries. It's a blueprint that has proved to be working. So it's just if there is a partner authority in one of the countries where we have a marketplace interested in doing the same, we would be very open and willing to provide more background on how it works. That would be really fantastic.
Excellent. Well, that sounds like just the kind of offer that people will want to take you up on. So that's an excellent suggestion. Katie, let me ask you the same question. If you could put one policy or priority in place, what would that be?
For me, I think if we're talking about a blanket policy that could apply to tech issues, which is one of the issues we were discussing today, I would say hiring subject matter experts and actually heeding what they recommend. There are some tech companies, particularly big tech companies, that want to operate at the scale of a small government. And governments like the United States government have special sectors at DOJ for environmental crimes, for wildlife crimes, with experts in these topics. And a tech company that's operating at a similar scale should also have experts in those crimes to address those crimes and ensure they are dealt with properly and having relevant evidence archived rather than erased from the platforms.
Very good. Well, I get the impression that there's quite a lot of good suggestions floating around. I don't know, Catherine, are you with us? Oh, maybe not. Okay, so I think I was trying to find Henri Paul. Is he, perhaps he's checked out, understandably.
Unfortunately, Henri Paul left because of the technical problem. So he thought, unfortunately, but he excused himself. But so maybe you can continue with the other panelists.
Yes, absolutely. I'm happy to. Let me ask you, Corrado Catesi, my understanding is that you've had some major success in arresting and confiscating large hordes of Italian objects that were in the hands of a couple of major smugglers and I guess traffickers. And how is the information that you acquired as a result of that? I take it you've managed to digitize it, and are you using it now to track down those items? Because my understanding is some of the items that you found photographs of continue to pop up at auction or in sales. It's quite a lot of work for you to continue to try to track them.
Thank you very much, Tom, for these really interesting questions. First of all, I would like to highlight that as Interpol, as international organizations, we are not able to carry out directly investigations. Our duty is to coordinate, to support our member countries, our specialized police unit that are working in. This is our main duty. And of course, to do it, our first key action is to update our Interpol Worksware database, because only knowing the object stolen, we can identify and seize these objects everywhere. Indeed, when an object, it was told also by Vincent, is when an object is in the Interpol Worksware database, normally is quite possible to, of course, seize and to have back. Why? Because behind there is reported to the police, to the report to the judiciary authority, there is a penal case. It means that there is an investigation. Well, indeed, in the Interpol Worksware database, we have only stolen reported objects and still missing. Well, this is really important to highlight. Well, for us, the main important things is to give the full access to our database, to our specialized police unit, and also during the operation to put some expert working in to support better our specialized police unit. Indeed, what we are doing during the regional operation like Pandora that was mentioned several times, or during the global operation Athena that we are jointly doing with the WCO. This is our main activity to support our member countries, of course, to give them tools to identify them in the field like the ID art mobile application. And really, when we are working this way, also with the expert, police without experts are not able to really identify to be sure the object is the same, the object is original, the object is fake, was told at the beginning from by the General Riccardi, and also to remember by other panelists. It's important to work together. The police have to work with the expert, with other using also other international tools. Only together we can fight the winner against the organized criminal groups.
Okay. Marcelo, let me ask you, to what extent are fakes and forgeries a problem for you? It must be difficult to sort through items that are real and important and others that are perhaps junk.
Well, in Argentina, we have uncovered an organization that dedicated itself to falsify and fake artworks. And it was very difficult to really corroborate that this was the case because it's a very complicated process. But for example, behind the frame we would stick the date of when the art piece was created, also related to antique frames and yellowish papers, right, that are also antique, in order to create these authenticity certificates. All of this gives validity, really, to the works of art and the frames. However, I want to say that in South America, the main issue that we have currently is illegal, right, and illicit diggings, right, and plundering, also theft in churches, because we don't have no inventory for churches, and the theft of books in libraries and archives. Those are critical points in South America.
Right, so those kinds of objects, people should be aware if they appear on the market that there's a chance they were stolen, and that, but that there's no, as you said, no record of them. And so you'd have to be careful if you were to try to purchase an item like that, because perhaps even unintentionally, you might be purchasing something that had been taken illegally. And what kind, do you use alert systems that can be where you can alert neighboring countries when you get reports of thefts from churches or libraries?
Well, we do work very quickly with our neighboring countries, especially, right, primarily with Peru, that mainly archaeological objects dug there come into Argentina rather than out of. And a couple of years back, we actually gave back over 3,500 archaeological objects, right? That was one of the biggest, really, retrieval of objects in our history, really.
Mm.
And they were very, very good objects. And we have constant contact with neighboring countries. But when it comes to diggings, we have no idea until these items show up in whatever market they do.
Right, right. Vincent, from your perspective, have you what have you seen on the ground, or what do you know that's going on right now on the ground, particularly given the pandemic and its impact on protecting archaeological sites?
C'est vrai que
Well, it is always difficult to make broad statements, but as I said earlier, access to information, good and bad information, has accelerated a phenomenon. We're talking about the COVID epidemic, we're talking about conflicts, about economic issues. And these issues are not at the root of this new phenomenon. However, they have accelerated this scourge. For me, what is really important is that we're talking about illicit trafficking. So we need to put investigations and the law at the center of our action. And we're also talking about cultural property. And so we need to train people. We need to make people accountable. How do we do it? Well, first, we need to raise awareness, not to control more, but to actually apply the law. And so UNESCO raises awareness globally, and this work is also done beautifully by the Carabinieri in Italy, for instance, during exhibitions. This is something that is happening also in the Museum of the Louvre in Paris. An exhibit has been organized on illicit trafficking, and the goal is that no one can say, I did not know. And only when we achieve this will we be able to effectively fight looting, because as you've seen, looted artifacts are the problem, because these artifacts are not declared, they're not registered. So now we have red lists. This is essential, and we need a list for each region, for each country. And this will allow us to check if the object that is to be bought or sold is or not on the list. And if it's not on the list, we might say, well, it might have been looted. And then we can look at the list of endangered items. So in source countries, in transit countries, there is a responsibility to create such lists. And we also need to create links between experts, between enforcement officials and legal experts, judges, because we need to have a link between the identification of objects by experts and the restitution of objects to their rightful owners. The owner can be a state or a private individual. And to have this, we need to identify the object. This is essential.
And Katie, you've obviously raised the profile of this issue through your work and with Amir. And are you finding that people are responsive, that, you know, just by raising awareness to the possibility that these items are illegal, you know, some might be fake, but some are clearly real. Are you getting a good response to that effort to educate people?
When it comes to efforts to educate the public, we're certainly getting a good response and increasingly getting tips through our Twitter account from individuals who are concerned about items they're seeing illicitly sold online. And so that awareness is really important for ensuring that people are not purchasing this material and continuing to create a demand. But unfortunately, we still have the issues of these companies that are not enforcing their policies. And on the source end, as I mentioned previously, the monetization of through these platforms means that items don't even have to actually be sold for these traffickers to profit from their activity. And so we're increasingly trying to raise awareness within the tech companies as well about what they can do to address these problems. And we, using the international community as a driving force, we'd like to see more awareness in the tech realm of this kind of issue.
Got it. Okay. Well, we're down to our last minute, so why don't we leave it at that? Again, I have to say that there have been many excellent suggestions and ideas bounced around, and I think that UNESCO and everyone else who's been listening and paying attention will benefit from this conversation. So thank you all again very much for attending and for being patient with me. I'll try to keep track of time better next time. All right, so goodbye to everyone. And on we go.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Voilà, rebonjour à tous.
Well, good afternoon once again. I have the pleasure to be with you after the two panels that were moderated by Tom, my colleague. And we will now close this rich afternoon where we shared expertise in various fields and about various regions of the world. And first, I'd like to give the floor to the Director of Culture and Emergencies for UNESCO, Mr. Lazar Elundu, who will share with us a few words about the relevance of this conference, which, as you know, is about the fight against illicit trafficking in cultural property for a strengthened global dialogue. Thank you very much, Catherine. I think what really matters when we analyze this question of the relevance of the UNESCO conference conference that was organized in partnership with the European Union. We need to look toward the future. We need to look at the work that need to be done and all the challenges that need to be tackled. But first, I know that as a conclusion, Mr. Ottone will talk about this, but I'd like to say a few words to thank our partner, the European Union, the EU, with which we have organized this international conference to fight against illicit trafficking in cultural property. I would like also to thank each and every one of you. You have actively contributed to this conference with your expertise for people who participated in the panels. But you also participated in our collective thinking, something that is essential to strengthen international cooperation between all stakeholders working for the end to end this scourge. But I'd like also to say that during the debate, there were many comments in the chat, and all these comments were extremely relevant. They will be useful to really keep the momentum and to continue to have this discussion collectively. And so I'd like to tell all stakeholders that UNESCO is fully committed to continue to fight this scourge. And since you asked, I'd like to say that we will continue our advocacy for universal ratification of the convention. I think that this fight must bring together all stakeholders, but also all countries. This is the essential condition for this fight to be successful. And so we will also work with our partners to have more capacity building. We have seen that there are many questions, institutional questions, legal and operational questions. It is difficult to speak the same language when we're talking about illicit trafficking. This is something we have seen today. And given what happened and given everything that has been said in the chat, we have fully realized that it is essential to raise awareness among the general public. We will also continue to support member states when they're returning objects that were confiscated. And I'd like to use this opportunity today to tell you that we have launched a few important activities that will continue over the next few months with our partner, the European Union. We have launched a project, an inter-regional project that gives access to capacity building activities to EU member states and countries of the Western Balkans on key skills. There is also a project that is funded by Sweden that will be implemented on the African continent. And the Assistant Director General said it this morning. It is a priority of our organization, especially to design and implement inventories. We talked a lot about inventories. And so it is also important to train staff in African countries to have a more efficient fight against illicit trafficking. This is important to us. Earlier, our colleague from Interpol already said it. We have an innovative project, a joint project with Interpol to expand databases of stolen cultural property. And this is especially important for the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural property online. And we have heard the General of the Carabinieri mention this project. And to continue with awareness raising, I'd like to say that we need the media to really talk about all these issues. And so we have created a booklet for journalists that gives key information for media professionals. I said earlier that it was important to raise awareness among the general public. And as you know, UNESCO member states have decided that every year, November 14th will be the International Day for the Fight Against Illicit Trafficking. And so we will have another conference on November 14th to continue to raise awareness. And all the panelists have said there is an increasing number of purchasing of objects online, and this means that we need to raise awareness even more today among professionals, governments, but also all stakeholders of the art market, but also among private individuals, so that each potential buyer will ask the right questions on the provenance of objects and refrain from buying objects without serious guarantees on the origin of the object.
And I'd also like to repeat that we will continue to provide support of member states for their national legislation so that they can transpose the provisions of the 1970 Convention and adopt it as part of their domestic law. This is absolute necessity, and we have draft model provisions to prevent and to combat illicit traffic of cultural property, and these will be presented in 2023, and we will be building up our UNESCO database on national legislation. I'd like to point out that for the moment, the UNESCO database on national legislation has more than 3,000 legal references from 179 countries, and you can access that online. Of course, it's important to note that all of the work which we are doing is only meaningful if there are proper political implementations. That is why it's so important, as we see the 50th anniversary of the convention, and this was said this morning. There are the studies which are being initiated. We've got regional studies. There's the one on Africa, and others will be undertaken so that we can see all the different priorities and needs in each different area. The last 2 points that I wanted to mention, these are part of the actions we intend to carry out. We have work which we've already started on the revision of the International Code of Ethics for cultural property dealers. And we've seen in a number of the comments we've heard today that ethics is indeed an important point. So this International Code of Ethics, which was drawn up in 1999, needs to be revised, and we've been working with art dealers on this, and we would like to thank them for their input. They've made contributions which are very interesting, and we will be able to take those into account as we continue with our updating of the Code of Ethics. And we will continue consultation with the art market and with online platforms. It's important, as we said, because we have to be together. We have to take action together to stop this illegal trade, and we have to make sure that our actions prevail, and we need to have all the parties involved on the legal side of the art market working with us. So there we can say that they're the priorities that we have for months to come and indeed for years to come. These are the references that we have. They're the expression of the commitments we have and we have made with our partners, and we have the commitment of the member states working with us. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Elundu, for presenting that. And as you said, these are plans for the work over months and years to come. And this afternoon, we saw how important it is to have partners. We have Europe as a partner, and we're lucky enough to have Her Excellency, the Ambassador of France to UNESCO, Ms. Véronique Roger-Lacan. And we know that France is going to be President of the European Union as of the 1st of January next year for the first 6 months of the year. So could you tell us what plans you have for work to stop the trafficking of cultural property? Well, thank you very much. ADG Director, representative of Peru. I'm very pleased to be here with you all, and I'm pleased to hear what you said, Lazare Elundu, also when you said action together, working together. We're here at UNESCO, and that's United Nations. United, I would like to stress that, United Nations, and we know that the European Commission and UNESCO have worked together to organize this meeting we've had today, this international conference. And so I'm stressing the word united so that I can also point out that the traffickers are also united. They're very effective. They don't know any borders, and they consult amongst themselves. They do their plans to our detriment, to the detriment of our heritage, and to the detriment of the communities. And it's not just for trafficking of cultural property, but they're also united because they're traffickers of weapons, of people, of migrants, of pharmaceuticals, cultural property, absolutely everything that can be covered by trafficking. And here we can see that this trafficking has a negative impact on all people, on stability and security of our nation states, and obviously has an impact on our cultural heritage. And it is our responsibility for all of us as member states to be united and work together. However, we have noted that as part of the 1970 Convention, and we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of it here today, we can see that there are member states that are often in opposite positions. They accuse one another of helping traffickers, of not doing what's required, of not doing something else, of letting their art dealers get away with whatever they want and sell goods that are acquired illegally. And so we're going to take advantage of our position as President of the European Union. We shall pursue our commitment in our work to stop the trafficking of cultural property. We are one of the member states that have made a commitment, and we made it a long time ago, and at every different level. We have dedicated customs forces, we have dedicated police forces, we have dedicated legal units and courts. So we have the wherewithal across the different fields, and they work together with the art dealers and with the countries that consider that the artifacts were originally from their countries. And we are very grateful to all concerned, and we would like to encourage everyone to set up such systems so that we can have proper cooperation, so that, unlike the current situation, that we don't come up against borders, so that we can have a cross-border attack on these traffickers who are not the least bit bothered by borders. So during the French presidency of the European Union, we will indeed be stressing the importance of protection cultural property, of endangered cultural property, of course, and we will stress the need for developing European cooperation to deal with trafficking of cultural property, and that is obviously with European Union member countries between themselves and with other countries in the world. till in the years we have restored works to Peru, Pakistan, Morocco, Italy, and others. France has restored works to those countries, and we have done that with the French Office to combat trafficking of cultural property, and we shall be increasing that work, and we will be collaborating with Mexico, and we will be doing that also in our position as President of the European Union. And before I conclude, I would like to focus on a subject which unfortunately is very topical at the moment, and that is Afghanistan. And we know that trafficking of cultural property concerns every part of the world, and Afghanistan is now very topical, and there is a greater risk of trafficking cultural property from Afghanistan. And we, with the French delegation in Afghanistan, we would like to set up a monitoring system to make sure that that Afghanistan does not lose its heritage to these traffickers. It is highly symbolic and precious cultural heritage, which is the cultural heritage of the different civilizations and peoples in that area. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador of France to UNESCO. I would like to thank you for your speech, which shows that union does indeed give us strength, and we'll be doing it not just within the European Union, but from the European Union. You will be urging the Union to contact the world to improve the work which has been done so far. We're also lucky enough to have with us at UNESCO headquarters here in Paris. We have Mr. Evelyn Encinos in Tours. Excuse me. Sorry, I was talking about our expert who is with us through a virtual connection. Do beg your pardon. No, we have the minister who is the advisor to the permanent delegation of Peru to UNESCO, Mr. Ramiro Silva Rivera, who is kind enough to honor us with his presence here this afternoon. And Peru is a magnificent country which has many sites on the World Heritage List. And I would like to give you the floor so that you can share your ideas with us.
Thank you for inviting me to this meeting. You know, our country, Peru, is very committed with this important meeting, this issue of fighting against the illicit traffic of cultural property. We are an important country in terms of rich cultural heritage, and as well we are victims of, or we suffer this kind of illicit traffic. So for us, in this way, we are very committed with this issue, and in accordance with our commitments, we would like to announce that we will organize the second edition of the Cusco Forum that will be held in February of next year, 2022. And we think that with that meeting it would be a good occasion to final corollary to all the meetings held during the year to commemorate the 15th anniversary of the 1970 Convention. As you know, we organized the first forum, Cusco Forum, last year. It was a virtual meeting. We held a meeting with 16 countries of Latin American and Caribbean. And it was an important meeting for us that we would like to replicate and advance new issues in this field. In this meeting, among other things, we try to talk about the main measures to strengthen international cooperation in the future and to improve the application of the main concepts of the Convention and its practical guidelines. In order to have a deeper knowledge of what we what were the result of this meeting, I will appreciate if we can request the floor for Mrs. Evelyn Centurion, which is the recovery director of the Ministry of Culture of Peru.
Yes, of course, Evelyn is already connected. Evelyn, do you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you. Hola.
Okay. Hola. Maybe sorry for my English, but I can start. The Ministry of Culture has implemented action to achieve the protection of the cultural heritage of the nation, both in terms of prevent traffic illicit the property and recoveries within and outside the country. Regarding prevention, the Peru have 5 verification modules and custom checkpoints to prevent the illicit departure of cultural goods. In main strategic points of entry and exit of the people, merchandise and cargo and national width. Lightweight authorization are issued for the case of replica of cultural assets not belonging to the cultural heritage of the nation for sport purposes. 2,945 certificates were issued or assigned to the pursuit. In this year, the last year, we emit 173 virtual alerts for stolen property have been generated to spread specialists in this direction has identified 5,527 alleged cultural assets for sales and auction and in the website. About in the website issued more than 500 reports, technical reports. But in this year, also we together with the Cancilleria, with 485 cultural assets has been repatriated from Australia, Argentina, Brazil, Canada, and United States, Spain, Mexico, and other countries. Always case, the most important case, and this year was the name is the Sol de Chenique, or Plaque Chenique from Cusco, located with Smithsonian Institute in United States, American Indian, the museum. And then other case like documental important history from Peru. And also the collection, Carel collection, located in Gothenburg, textile, Paracas, from Paracas. And 5 paintings stolen in the district through Maras in Cusco, also another case. In the last 2 years ago, 11,013 cultural assets we recovered has resulted of the attention to complaints, including intervention of archaeological emerging in Guacamalena and Caleta Vidal in Lima, in Supe in Lima. In addition of the protection cultural assets, 1,779 assets were inspected for this registration and cultural heritage. The report and registration is very important to prevent illicit traffic of culture. In addition to this, bilateral international agreements have been signed signed with 42 countries. But the most important in this region is the decision number 871, protection and recovery of cultural heritage assent of the member countries of the Andean community. Colombia and Peru and Ecuador and Bolivia. We have on this decision, especially for protection of the cultural heritage. Finally, the most important achievement that Peru has obtained this year is the creation of the multi-sectorial commission for the protection and recovery of cultural property with the ministry, public ministry and foreign affairs ministry and national police and Sunat costume and general archive of the nation and national library from Peru. And this is the most important works together with other institutions from the prevent illicit traffic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. We just heard Evelyn Cancino Centurion, who's Director of Recoveries of the Ministry of Culture of Peru. And now, et maintenant, on va passer au français.
And now, going back to French for me, we will conclude this rich afternoon. And we're lucky to have with us again the Assistant Director General for Culture, Ernesto Otone, who will share a few words with us after listening to the various panelists we had today. Thank you, Catherine. Suddenly I will be speaking English.
Ambassadors, delegates, dear partners, experts, dear colleagues, and I believe we can call us dear friends. As it was announced, I will make a very brief closing comment. First of all, to note that this conference embodied the core of UNESCO's work in the fight against the illicit trafficking of cultural property, bringing all actors together from member states to the art market, experts, institutional partners, and also civil society. This is a rare feat. I would also like to thank the European Union, our partner in this conference, for their long-standing and vital support to UNESCO's work in this field. This conference has resulted in a very rich exchange of views on a matter that not only concerns the protection of the heritage, but also constitutes a serious threat to the international peace and security. There is neither a simple nor a short-term solution to bring this scourge to an end. But I believe that we can all agree on the fact that multilateral international cooperation lies at the heart of the answer. In this regard, we highly appreciate the commitment of the European Commission and the African Union to pursue joint concrete action, such as the forthcoming consultation in the framework of the Action Plan on Tackling the Illicit Trade in Cultural Goods from the European Commission, or the event announced by Ms. Martin this morning on the restitution of cultural property, which will take place in November 2021. International cooperation is vital to address regional needs in the fight against illicit trafficking. As we saw this afternoon, it is key to promote good practices when it comes to preventive action, be in the creation and training of specialized police forces or the sharing of expertise to improve legal frameworks and the conclusion of bilateral agreements. Indeed, further efforts need to be made to reinforce legal frameworks to protect cultural property. We can consider, without a doubt, that ECOWAS Regional Action Plan for the return of African cultural artifacts to their country of origin as a milestone in the mobilization of African states on this matter. UNESCO is providing necessary technical support for its implementation. Moreover, the ratification of the 70 Convention is a crucial prerequisite for the successful implementation of the Regional Action Plan. This afternoon, we also had the chance to exchange on what constitutes for us the foundation of a legal art trade, that is, due diligence practice. This term is intrinsically associated with the 95 UNIDROIT Convention on the return of stolen or illegally exported cultural objects. New actors have emerged in the art trade, such as internet platforms, and also the efforts to reinforce provenance checks and due diligence practices have grown in number. Indeed, the devastating effects of recent conflict on cultural heritage have generated an unprecedented interest from civil society in the ethics of the art market. Professional codes are being updated and promoted, as it was mentioned by Mr. Lazare, and efforts are being made to regulate public policies. At the same time, the provenance research requires time, resources, and close collaboration with the country of origin, and it's vital to fight against illicit trafficking. The link between illicit trafficking in cultural property and new technologies was also explored. The Internet has created new opportunities for criminal use of the antiquities market, and social media has provided traffickers with the means to communicate and sell anonymously online. The rise of online trade has pushed regulatory authorities to come up with new practices and procedures. On the other hand, however, digital technologies and an increasingly committed civil society are already yielding results which would have been unthinkable 10 years ago. Cutting-edge applications such as the one presented by Interpol or the ATAR project presented today are among the best examples. Indeed, advocacy and awareness raising of local communities and the public at large, as it was mentioned, is a fundamental prevention tool. It is also the responsibility of internet platforms open to the wider public, such as eBay, to educate their audiences, to put in place practices that stop suspicious sales and alert the authorities. UNESCO stands ready to further strengthen our cooperation with all of them. The 70 Convention has been ratified, as it was mentioned many times today, by 141 states. It means that over 2/3 of UNESCO member states have already made a commitment to a more fair and more ethical art trade. The numerous 50th anniversary celebration through this past year have shown the readiness of member states to reinforce dialogue at the regional and global level and to advocate for an inclusive and sustained protection of movable cultural property. I am certain that this commitment will only increase in the future, as shown by the events announced by Her Excellency the Ambassador to France and Monsieur Cancino Centurion and Mr. Silva of Peru. I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for this promising announcement and reiterate our willingness to support these activities. We would like to thank all UNESCO member states, all our partner organizations, and moreover, all the actors that we have heard from today, and all those who work every day to fight against illicit trafficking for their firm commitment in the fight against this scourge. Dear friends, it is important to act together, building on our dialogue today, to continue promoting international cooperation, to adhere and implement codes of ethics, and to embrace the potential of new technologies. Now, there are many paths to explore. We see the new players are destined to become future partners in the art trade. Cooperation among different actors is already leading to tangible results. And that, I believe, is the true foundation of a strengthened fight against the illicit trafficking of our cultural property. Finalement, seulement quelques mots en français.
A few words in French to finish. To say something that might seem obvious. Without buyers, there is no sale of illicit cultural property, and so there is no organized crime if this instrument is not universal. And here, I want to call for the 52 member states that have not yet ratified the convention. Well, as a result, the convention will never be universal. And so this means that within the next 4 years, we want to achieve universal ratification of all member states, as is the case for the 1972 and 2003 really soon. In addition, if this convention is not effectively implemented, fully implemented, we will never achieve our goal. And here there are differences between countries. There are gaps that do not depend only on the resources they have to fight illicit trafficking. It also depends on the political will of the leaders of our member countries. The protection of universal heritage means that we are saving identities and communities. And saving communities, it means that we are also saving what we will pass on to our children. And so now I would like to end my statement. Thank you once again to you all. Thanks to all the participants. It took months to prepare this conference. I would like to thank our partners who have been with us in good days and bad days. This day was extremely instructive. And finally, I'd like to say, as the ambassador from France said, there are currently difficult situations. It's extremely worrying, especially Afghanistan. And so I'd like to call on all international authorities to take the necessary measures to prevent disasters in the future. Disasters that we will not be able to explain to our children in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Assistant Director General for Culture. You have made a great summary of what has been said during the afternoon, but you also have given hope for the future. And as was said multiple times today, it is extremely important that all countries work together and be united. And as I said, Madame the Ambassador of France, traffickers are united, and as a result, the international community must be united to fight them and to fight the illicit use of new technologies. And now I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Catherine Magnan. Ms. Magnan, you are with us. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. I am with you from Brussels. I hope that you can hear me well. I'd like to say a few words to close this great conference, and I am delighted to be able to talk to you on behalf of Mia Gabriel, the commissioner, who wished she could have been with you today in Paris. It was a pleasure for us, and it was obvious for us that we wanted to be partners to help UNESCO organize this conference. And I think that the discussions today have shown clearly that this conference was essential. It will allow us to move forward and continue to fight against illicit trafficking in cultural property. So, why a partnership with UNESCO? It was obvious. First, there is the 1970 convention. We are celebrating its 50th anniversary, or rather, we celebrated it last year. Mr. Otone already said it. This conference is an essential event that will allow us to lay the groundwork to fight globally against trafficking in cultural property. But beyond the convention, there is also the know-how of UNESCO and the importance of creating strong alliances between all international stakeholders. Not just international stakeholders, actually, also regional organizations, but also law enforcement agencies, judges, as well as intergovernmental organizations and NGOs. This is what this conference has shown during the various discussions. Without great alliances, without unity, the fight against illicit trafficking in cultural property will not succeed. As we heard during the first panel, it is essential to work together. And during the second panel, we have heard that professionals from the art market are key allies in our fight against trafficking. and we would like to thank them in advance for their commitment. Their commitment to this fight is extremely important. Finally, as we have heard, new technologies are a new form of this illicit trafficking. But new technologies, research, and innovation can help us improve traceability of cultural objects. So new technologies can help us as well. Interpol has shown us how the use of new technologies can help us in our fight. And so I'd like to end my statement on this optimistic note. There are new tools that are being created, tools that we need to use as much as possible to have the most efficient fight possible against illicit trafficking. As for the European Union, as President Skinner said at the beginning of the conference, we are committed to put forward next year in 2022 an action plan to fight against the illicit trade in cultural property. And I'd like to end here on a commitment, a strong commitment to create European tools of the European Union that would come in addition to the current tools to continue to fight against illicit trafficking in cultural property. This action plan will be ambitious, but also tangible and efficient. And thanks to the cooperation that was started a few years ago with UNESCO, cooperation that was strengthened today with this conference, and thanks also to the cooperation that we will have with all stakeholders that will, I hope, be able to contribute to this fight to really fully put an end to the illicit trafficking in cultural property. Thank you for your expertise. Thank you for your commitment. And now I'd like to say that we were extremely proud to be with you today for this conference. And I'd like to tell you once again that we are fully committed in the fight against illicit trafficking in cultural property. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam, for this conclusion. And this concludes our conference today. I'd like to thank you all for participating in this conference, for listening, for sending messages and questions, for making comments on the internet. I'd like to thank all the panelists. And I hope you have a beautiful day or evening, depending on where you are in the world. Goodbye.